It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston's strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom.
Good morning, bud.
Good morning, man. I am so excited for today's hearing. So excited for today's cross. AJ, you gave him another night to sleep on it.
Yeah.
I think there's a long way to go. I think we have Bukhenik for a long time today, and then you have a redirect, and recross. So I think he fills up most of the day today, because we were talking before we came on the show. You still got the Sally Port. You still got a bunch of other videos. I mean, you can enhance that Waterfall Bar and Grill that the prosecution put out.
Yep.
Remember that weird
Dirty,
white
nasty.
screen?
JFK's was so much better than that.
Right. Just like the blatant, like, misleading to the jury was so obvious to us, because we've been around for a while. But what the defense can do and show, is just going to blow them away, I think, and just show exactly what, because you can't even see anybody in the waterfall doing anything. And it's how they jumped right over that. Then you have the Sally Port. Then you have hopefully Higgins' video comes into play that no one's ever seen at 1:30 in the morning out front, right? You got all the reports that he signed, that didn't sign, that he signed off on. You got to remember the chain of command, right? Buchanan's going to double check Michael Proctor's work, and then Tully, and then the chain of command for the fucking close, which they're getting at right now with the paper, and then how long was it in the car for, and it's all coming unraveled. And Jackson's doing a great job with a hostile witness.
Oh yeah,
hostile witness.
If talk about being on that line of hostile,
right?
He's on that line, man. He's. I don't know how they're letting him. He's got some leeway.
He's doing it on purpose.
Of course.
The looks, and then, like, well, it actually doesn't say that. It says, one other date on it. And Jackson, total professional. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. And then something about where Buchanan goes, or AJ goes, I highly doubt that you like me. And you remember, and he just, you looked at him like, yeah.
Yep. Oh, we're not going to be friends. We're not friends, buddy. You're not getting a card.
And that guy, Bukhenik, is intimidated by Turtle Boy because he had a megaphone one day. Can you believe that? The guy has
the same guy that flipped Aiden off when he was turning the wheel with his middle finger.
Yeah.
Like that one. Was he saving his trigger finger for something? What?
This guy is fucking, he's an expert. He's a Marine.
Shame on him. He's
a state police. He's got gun, badge, handcuffs, and he's afraid of Turtle Boy.
No. The gun and the badge and nothing. He's got a pen that can put you away. He don't got to do nothing. He's write a freaking little letter and you're gone.
I agree with that.
Gun, the badge, and nothing. And it's all up here, Mike. You see this? It's all in his head. Do you know, like him being like, no. This is interesting. I sent my retired detective brother the testimony from yesterday. I can't wait to hear his response. 100% he will be appalled.
Yeah.
So any retired detective out there knows certain protocols, certain things that you do.
Right.
Separate everybody. I want to hear from you. I want to know what you did. I want to know what you did. When
Well,
they have to call Higgins, Mike. He sent John a text. Are you coming here? Where is he?
you mean the prosecution's going to call Higgins? You think so?
I guess so. I don't know.
Well,
How can they not? He's part of.
According to Aiden, like Albert, Brian Albert, Higgins,
Yep.
Proctor, blah blah blah.
Yep.
You know, we'll call them the main players.
Sure.
Are probably not going to be called by the prosecutions. Like you just said earlier, why not put up a win when I know it could be an L, right?
Right.
The chances are they could be discredited. But I think Jackson's going to have to methodically somehow get him introduced, like he's getting Trooper Proctor introduced.
Yes.
And there's a report from Noble stating why the reasons Michael Proctor was fired.
Yes.
Because he was the lead investigator on the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe trial. Investigation, I should say. It says Trooper Michael Proctor, lead investigator, right on Noble's decision. So you got to get that introduced. You got to bring that. So why are you calling him a case manager when Colonel Noble, paramilitary style organization,
This is true,
right? Why is he calling him this and you're not? If he's the guy, right? He's the guy in charge of everybody, but you decide you want to call him a different name, but he's not. That's an angle I'd look at. I'd be like, okay,
that is a disgrace to the organization. You are dissing the organization if you don't stand up for what it is.
Right.
They're not secretaries, Mike.
Right.
They're actually on the ground. They have training on how to combat another human being. They have training on how to kill somebody, Mike.
Oh yeah.
Do you like when you go work in Boston? You don't get training when you're going to go to Fidelity or Fenway Park. You don't get training on how to hurt somebody. But no, these guys do. And better yet, they get special training on top of that training, and then they get all the inside information. They can run a friggin' check your email. Let's time out. Let's see if the Norfolk County District Attorney answered the FOIA we sent 10 days ago. Let's check that one.
Also, I just want to bring up this is the same mofo, Bukhenik, that investigated Justin Root's case. Okay, that's a big deal to me as well. I don't want you to forget that he was the one that cleared all BPD of any charges on that 31 shots to Justin Root. Okay.
Yep.
It was Bukhenik.
Yes,
Sergeant
he said that there was not a problem. He called it a good shoot.
All right.
Which
if
I don't
introduce that somehow. I mean, get something in there to make it seem or show the jury, hey, this guy's not what he says he is or acting like he says he is.
Mike, time out.
Yeah.
This isn't against Yuri. Sure isn't against Proctor. What's this against, Mike?
Norfolk County District Attorney's.
There you go.
Yeah.
Much bigger picture. That's a whole different animal now. Now you're getting political. Because the DA's office is a political job. If you get hired, you're not because of what you do. It's political. So here we are. What are we going to do?
Gonna vote him out, first of all, right, Tommy? We're gonna vote that motherfucker out. We're gonna vote him out. You know, you and I are gonna be on this.
No. That's gonna be a whole campaign. That's gonna be like skywriting. You know who we can probably get behind us with that?
Oh,
I hate even bringing it up.
Jesus Christ! Why? Hate's a strong word.
And you'll know why. I forget his name. He hates George Soros, and he thinks Aiden's getting paid by him.
Oh yeah, that guy.
I hate bringing up.
That's a discussion for another time. That's a discussion for another time.
If we need somebody to also fight that battle with us,
right?
That he's already been fighting it.
Right.
Why walk through a landmine that he already marked out? We'll walk around that shit.
for me to do that, I'd have to go back and check a lot of things. That
Oh
he's
no,
already-
no, we got to start from scratch on that deal. That's a whole.
I just want to make sure I'm not attaching myself to something that's just.
Yeah,
But I want to give a shout out, Auntie Deb this morning
please.
from the parking lot of Dunkin' Donuts in his car. I think he does it every morning at 7 or 7:30 in the morning. Guys, you want to smile and laugh at somebody just
right.
talking to a phone about what's going on in the parking lot or wherever's in the chat. I spent some time in the chat this morning and I couldn't stop. I literally, my stomach was I was laughing so hard. He is such a funny guy. Kudos to you, Gay Jim. Kudos to you, man. You got it going on, bro. I like your style. I like your style.
And again, right?
Man. Just a
we
good person.
Absolutely need that.
Yes,
Mike. We can't sit through Jessica Hyde listening about ordering dinner. Okay, we can't. That's her meal. That's what she orders for dinner. We're not going to listen to that.
Yeah,
but we have to sit down. It's like taking medicine. They're making us sit down and listen to this. They're forcing this nonsense down our freaking ears, right?
Yes.
We'll go crazy.
Yeah.
We need an out. And thank God Jimmy has the time and the talent to break that and make us laugh. Because if we don't laugh, we're done. We're done.
You're right.
We're done. We're done. Don't even just dude, don't even put it up.
People like Mary Whitcomb was in the chat. She said hi and stuff. And people like driving to work. Like, it's nothing better than start your day off with a good laugh. Like legit, it just gets your day going. And he is on fire at 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, takes it right there.
Oh, he takes it all right.
Oh yeah, John. I didn't mean it like that.
You walked into that one, bro.
Woo!
Yeah, but he's so
Speaking
funny.
About, I gotta get on his show sometime. He's gonna send me.
Oh my god, dude!
Find some time for me. I'll go on.
You're up early, so it's like next week sometime. I think he does it Monday through Friday. You gotta check out at 7:30 in the morning. It is hilarious, dude. Hilarious. Anyways, back to us.
Oh yeah. Again, right? Where everyone does their part, right, Mike? And I can't stress that enough. Everybody does just that little bit, whether it's watching, whether it's commenting in the chat, whether it's going to the standouts, whether it's being there every single day like Scott McGinnis, right?
Right. Yeah. We all do our part.
Everybody does that little piece. And look at what we're able to have accomplished so far, right? And we're not even over. This is just we got through the mistrial one. Got to make sure this gets to an acquittal. So, yeah, and I'm just. He keeps saying, yeah. Gail, I'd love to, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. You got. I'm not going on with you. You got to.
No, it's a solo deal. I know. I get that one. Yeah.
Hey, listen.
It's got to ask me the questions.
Everything's open and like.
Mike, I don't know some of the stuff though. I don't know some of the stuff. What he means.
Well, he'll teach
like
you.
Top bottom type of thing. Like I don't like. Does that mean you get on top of the person or the other?
Tom, I'm not going to help you.
I don't understand that part.
I'm not helping you, bro. Not going to help you. We got a new pope.
Hey, we got a pope.
Yeah.
I hear it's an American pope.
From Chicago.
City of brother. Is that City of Brotherly Love?
That's Detroit, isn't it? Yeah.
Windy City.
Chicago's MS-13.
Oh no.
No, City of Brotherly Love is Philadelphia, right?
Philadelphia.
Right. Okay. Windy City. Thank you, Don.
Yep. He knew.
Yeah. Yeah, he's from Philly. His name is Robert Prevost.
And dude,
he looks good. Yeah, he looks good. He's younger.
Do we not have like an awesome chat?
Yeah, they're good, man. They're on the game.
I mean, really.
They're good stuff. Good people, man.
Oh, I love the chat. So
Nick Thoroughly.
Nick.
Thank you.
Nick.
Yeah.
I'm not requesting to be Nick. I'm not asking to touch base with you. No. I'm just bringing it up in context. I'm not. Yeah. So John DePietro, that guy's taking.
Oh my!
Seemed like he's taking pictures. I don't know if his phone went click, but
Catch a predator. That guy's whacked.
I would. I don't know, Mike.
I don't know anything about him. I don't. Aiden knows a lot more, but Aiden looking at John DePietro behind the column is a classic fucking picture. Oh, you mean in the courtroom? He's taking pictures.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's coming up with the phone.
That's a jailable offense right there, dude. That's
like
a jailable offense.
And like he turned like to the jury, taking pictures of the jury, Mike.
Well,
no identifiable information. Isn't that what the judge said?
Yeah, it's a jailable offense, dude.
Look, I mean, look at me. The guy that doesn't have a press pass, trying to follow all the rules on top of the rules, and this guy's in there. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Oh, you can't ask me a question. It's against my policies and procedures that I wrote myself.
FCC guidelines.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what he said. It's against the FCC. Because I get a live stream going. It's against FCC policy. Aiden went, well, what? Well, I'm just filming you, so I just want to ask you a question. Why do you keep on asking Karen stupid questions?
Right.
And DePietro's losing his mind. He's like, trooper, call him a trooper. It's fucking classic. But in the same sense, I'm like, fuck. Could you get a disorderly here? You know, Turtle Boy. He mentioned it on Uncivil Justice. I think. That was on last night with him. I didn't watch. Do you watch The Sex Cult? I don't watch The Sex Cult. I don't know, but I get nervous when he's like he's interacting with somebody that's a dick like DePietro, catch a predator, and he's yelling for the troopers to come over, and they were two young guys, and they were cool. Like, just come on. And Turtle Boy was like, well, I'm not really doing anything, but he knew he was pushing it, and I'm not gonna push it. But back in the day, if he didn't have those witness intimidation charges over him, he would have been all over it. He would have stayed there. He goes, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm filming him being filmed. I'm a journalist. I'm just like him, you know. But if DePietro's in there taking pictures of the jury and they get released,
no,
right?
Yep. That's bad.
You know, I mean, imagine if Aiden did that. They'd be seasoned as shit.
Oh, God. They'd have a helicopter in the air after the guy.
Right. Yeah. Fucking crazy, man. Yeah.
So, listen, I just got this, Mike. I'm going to send it to you because I'm not sure what you want to do, but
all right.
It would be kind of a grassroots type of a thing.
Clipperheads put up a good sign. Go home, Bukhenik in Ukrainian colors.
Oh yeah, please. They need help over there, buddy. I don't know if you want to even talk about that because I didn't get my FOIA request, Mike. They didn't answer me. So, do I do a second request?
Yeah. Well, you spelt it wrong.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. These guys,
Mike.
Okay.
If I spelled that, it's just in the header. If you read the email, it's specific. I'm specifically requesting.
I don't know what that means, Nobles.
Do you want to ask people to call and ask how he's doing? Know the guy that wouldn't give me the friggin' interview? The guy who's doing
Colonel Noble. Yeah.
Do we want to ask Colonel Noble how his Norfolk County DA's office is getting away with this stuff? Do we want to do that?
508-820-2300, Colonel Noble, Bass State Police. Ask him what's going on with the Enrique. You want to know about?
How many days has it been? Enrique was 217 from the 18th of last month.
Of April. Okay, yeah, it's a long way away. Today's the 9th.
What about Maggie Menendez? Maggie.
Yeah.
Remember Maggie? She was crossing the street in a crosswalk. Run over.
Yep. Piece of shit. And then someone tells me in a chat one time that the Mass State Police have a limit on their insurance. If something like that happens, there's a max payout of $100,000. That's it.
Go away. Here's the check.
They actually put a fucking number on your life, beforehand.
For anything. Yeah.
document.
Yep.
Like it is so stacked against us if you're on the other side of that, and I mean it. You got to have some deep pockets, some resources, a good family, or you're going the fucking way.
I mean, not just a good
Or
family.
you gotta be a
strong family too.
you gotta be a cop that's connected, that's willing to go dirty. You know, look at that guy Connor Keefe the other day. The looks on his face when he was like pulling out the sneaker or reading the bag or reading
Did
the
you see
report.
his face when he read the freaking report
Yeah.
that Proctor wrote with his name on it?
Yeah. We got to dig into that still. I mean, we get so much to go on. I mean,
So you guys want to talk about insurance? Well, how about this? If Karen's found guilty, Paul can put a claim in against Karen's insurance for $1 million against
with
her
no accident report written, dude.
with nothing, because she's proven guilty in court of law. So Paul's got a million reasons to be there, literally. Jerk. Howie Carr, something's afoot in the Karen Reed case. Freaking Bukhenik pulled out 2 right shoes, buddy. You realize that? He pulled out a right. Remember I asked you what size shoe, what foot that was? Remember?
Yeah,
no,
yeah, you have to be
left
right,
or right.
Yeah.
There's 2 right shoes, Mike.
Or is that the sneaker that was at the
Here it is right here. I'm gonna send it to you right now, dude. You want to play it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Remember I asked you that?
All right. It's coming right at you right now, pal. Hey, what was ringing in the bag next to Bukhenik yesterday, too?
Huh?
Yeah, something went off as a ringer inside one of the evidence bags yesterday. Chat, help me out. Chat. Something went off as yeah.
And
As
I do see where John keeps his cell phone. Did you happen to notice where he puts his cell phone, Mikey?
I didn't. Oh, John, in his back pocket. Yeah. His
Right pocket. Okay.
Right.
Which one's ripped?
Right. Dude, yeah. I want to pull that plexiglass apart. I want to know. I want to hold those jeans. I got to see it again.
It's all wrong. It's all wrong. There's a reason that and it's not. No.
Or is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I sent. Did you get it yet?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I watch. You gotta watch Bev's mouth, I guess, on this.
Oh, really?
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Nancy. Sending that.
All right. Let's share the screen.
Hey, I gotta know. Thanks for the $3.
Oh my! Thank you much. Here we go.
Or is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from.
Eyes.
Can I have that marked?
See that? Wow.
Wow.
Or is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
He notices it's the
No, so
foot.
this is the sneaker from 34
Can I have that marked?
Okay.
Mike.
Something's afoot.
They're
Something's
trying.
afoot.
Yeah, they're trying. What?
This is fucked up, man.
Why would there be? John doesn't wear 2 shoes. I promise you that. As a law enforcement officer, he would never wear 2 opposite shoes. He would never wear 2
different types of sneakers? No.
He wouldn't wear 2 different model. Every time they change something on a sneaker, even if it's where the lace is, it gets a different model number. Any single change. So the shoes that were on the ground in front of Fairview in the snow are a model.
Yeah.
They're a model number. It's not just the sole, but where the sole gets glued to the actual side of the shoe, there's a piece of rubber that comes up bigger than the other one. It's a change, which is a different model. So we need to find a Nike sneakerhead. There are people out there in this world that collect Nikes.
My brother-in-law does.
You need to talk to him, Mike. You need to talk to him. He will tell you everything you need to know.
We should probably get him on as an expert on the show.
He'll probably be able to tell you this one was bought at an outlet, and that one you can only buy online between January and February. That's what we're looking for. You know what I'm saying?
Krusty Smelly's couch says a collect shoes. My brother-in-law.
We need a serious Nike sneakerhead to tell us that make and model, like without even looking it up.
He buys and sells them and makes money.
Yep.
I'm going back. He's been doing it for 15 years.
There you go. Yeah.
He's a sneaker junkie. When I first met him, I was like, what? What do you do?
So you know those things I collect, Mike, the little fishing baits, crankbaits?
Yeah.
Same thing as sneakers.
Yeah. That's the way I picked up on it. I'm like,
The ties I got, same thing as sneakers.
All right. We're gonna get the cheap version, like Nike sold out of places like Kohl's.
No, really, because the ones that they sell to Kohl's are model numbers.
Yeah, I agree with someone in the chat just now that the sneakers were dirty originally. Right now, they're underneath. The white sole was dirty. Right.
Okay.
Now they're not. Now they're pristine. I can't see it. I can't see it until I see it myself. Like the rip pocket, they're in plexiglass now. If I was Alan Jackson, I'd be ripping that apart, saying, "Last time they were up, I want to see them as what they were." Right. And that way, there we know. Like because it looks like the evidence was not handled properly through a chain of custody in terms of being placed inside a locker, they were inside of a car. Buchenek's saying that he can't speak to what time Mike left after they laid it out on butcher paper.
Right.
I mean, this whole thing could be bullshit.
And yeah,
the hat too. The hat. Okay, one I saw he wears has BDP hockey and has a swoosh on the back and a swoosh on the side. So I don't know if that's the same hat or not, but.
Let's. I'm gonna pull that video up. We're not gonna start on time anyway, so.
You'd be surprised. Bev wants to beat the traffic to the Cape. Don't forget, it's Mother's Day. Hey,
Friday.
It's Mother's Day weekend.
Oh, happy Mother's Day to every mother out there.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep, happy Mother's Day. I lost my mom a long time ago, but happy Mother's Day. I have a mother-in-law, which I can see.
Yeah. Listen, we need to have a car show, Mike, because Koenigsegg just released a whole new motor that changes the entire industry altogether. No more internal combustion engines.
Dude, you're a nerd. You're a nerd.
Done.
Hey, that's right too. Where are his socks? Where are his socks?
People were mentioning that to me. I don't.
He's on the table. He's on the table wearing them, and he's got the Adidas sign on the inside of the ankle, which is not what John would do. If he was having Adidas, so they'd be on the outside showing it. That's just the way he was.
Mike.
So
he was a police officer. He had to be put together. He's not. He couldn't be mismatched, and he had to be specifically put together.
Yeah.
It's
and underwear too. That's right. His underwear is gone too. Why? Okay, so that's my question. Why
they had vomit on him? They were bringing up.
So why isn't AG asking for these things? Or Willie, folks, Willie. Like these are the things I got. These are the questions I need answers to. I don't know.
Answers. I'm gonna show you real quick here. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I got my state police badge. You want one, Tom?
Sure, send me one. Yeah.
Next time you're over, when you pick up the truck, I'll give you this.
Yep.
Put it on one of your sweatshirts.
I got sweatshirt.
I'm a badge collector, by the way.
All right. So let's kind of see what real life looks like, Mike. Okay, not that you and I don't know it, but okay. I had to shovel out Mr. Bukhenik. This is what he had to shovel out, people. Okay, this.
All right, you all can see what I got going on here, right?
Shoveling out.
Are we seeing the sneaker again?
Yeah. Yep. But what you don't see, size 13 shoe. Oh, you want another one?
We've seen it already this week. What are you talking about?
Sneaker. Let's see what 2 inches of snow on top of a size 13 looks like.
Right. Now we wait, right? Stop the camera, go out and check. Stop the camera, go out and check. All night long I'm doing this. I'm measuring the freaking snow. All night long. Snowing. Wow,
snowing. Listen to this by Howie Carr. Bukhenik is not a native born. Is not native born. He is a naturalized U.S. citizen. As such, if he commits certain felonies, perjury, obstruction of justice, civil rights violation, he is subject to denaturalization, followed by deportation back to Ukraine. Keep that in mind today. Keep that in mind today, Sarge. That was Howie. Oh,
I'll start that charge. I will lead that.
wow.
Him just by
You
him
should be-
being Proctor's boss, he's done.
You should be reminded of that. He could
Dude,
do
he's
that
an
in-
immigrant.
Holy shit.
And he got this much power and he's using
Howie-
it incorrectly of all
Howie-
people.
Howie God drops a bomb, dude.
No, I'm ashamed of him. He knows better, especially coming from places like that.
It was
He,
like
can do,
Zelensky
he
with-
can do good with that, and he's choosing to do bad. Shame.
Interesting. He is not a U.S. born native. He's a naturalized citizen.
I'm
That's
just getting more
interesting.
pissed and pissed by the moment, man. That ain't right.
What are you looking for, dude? What are you trying to do? Let's get off
I'm
this
just-
stuff.
Mike,
we've
this-
already
this is-
seen this one.
How can you not see it?
We did. We already went through this video, dude.
Anywhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
Yeah, I
Anywhere
mean,
on the gutter line. Like, how do you miss it?
You're beating a dead horse here, Val. They did. It's what they didn't do, Tom. We know they scraped that Bourbonside. It was right there. They were all over that area, walking with the crates, walking with the gurneys, walking. Everybody was walking all over that. It's
And it was-
impossible for the not to see it.
And you know, it's funny because the friggin' dude was using a leaf blower moving snow. So it couldn't have been
Yes.
that heavy wet shit that sticks to everything. So it didn't pack the snow down on top of it.
Right.
Playing in the snow, we'll drink my coffee and get warm.
Yeah, no.
You all
Yeah.
Unbelievable. That just makes me so mad because they're telling us that we're wrong.
Well, yeah. I mean, and this is the other thing is that Bukhenik was in our military, right? He's a Marine. Still, he can be deported.
Yep.
For perjury, obstruction of justice, civil rights violations. He may be subject to denaturalization followed by deportation back to Ukraine. Keep that in mind today,
Boy,
Sarge. Howie
Pam
Todd.
Bondi.
Oh,
Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi. I wonder if President Trump would like to hear about a high-ranking Massachusetts official using his power for bad. Lying. Mike,
Oh
I
my
can't-
God, you're right.
can't.
The teacher is lifting his phone up, dude. There's a video of
Do
it.
you see the angle of it?
Yeah. I got it right here. You want it?
Yeah, zip it over real quick.
Right, there it is. It's coming out right now.
You know,
Now- oh yeah, look at this. He's like, it's definitely not. It's definitely sus. Oh, wow, dude. Emily G.
I mean,
Baker had
again, I wouldn't do something like that.
these people are fucking assholes.
And he's got the balls to do this to Aiden and say, "Oh, you're breaking the law, Aiden," real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like he was ready on the ball, like shaking when he was trying to say that to him. Here we go. You guys ready? This is John DePietro right here.
Watch this.
This is Jess. That's Channel 5 guy. This Tim Kenton Cable. Great work. I don't know this lady.
That's
Monster
Gretchen.
Voss. Don't know that person. All right. The Emily D. Baker. Watch his phone.
Watch it
Yeah, he
again.
looks
Watch it.
guilty. He's guilty
Yeah,
now.
Here he is,
Now.
right here. Here he goes. Either that, he's taking pictures with his other thumb. He's like, he's got
Moving
his
it.
bottom thumb. Yep.
That ain't right.
That's something up. There's something there, dude. Stop emailing that to the court fucking court officers, guys.
Agreed.
What a piece of shit.
You can hear that, right, bud?
Yep.
All right. How's everyone in the chat doing? Is in the chat good? We all buckled up, ready to go?
Yeah, it really looks good. Yeah, it really looks good.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons.
907.
Boom.
Just the Spirit Court. Now sitting
Is there any more volume there or not?
for the Commonwealth.
Let me check.
Can you get is there, down on the
Massachusetts, when it's saying this court's in session.
Okay,
Matt.
you're all the way up. All right.
Yep.
Wait, space.
Good
Guys.
morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Aw.
Oh, Bev, you look good today, Bevy Bev.
Friday, bud.
Happy Friday.
See?
I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said your worship. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Bukhenik in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready? Okay.
Oh yeah. I've been here since
ma'am.
5 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Morning, RVA.
Oh, everyone, real quick. Can everyone hit the thumbs up and the like button and maybe the sub button while you're there, real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all maxed up.
Well, that's so cool. That
Morning, Ron. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
here he goes, right back into the Tetris mode.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, question.
Yesterday,
Yes.
when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had
Perfect question.
communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick.
Okay. We're playing Dum Dum again.
Here we go.
He knows exactly the answers to this, by the way. What do we got?
May I look up the coach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can actually let me give you the front page of that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words,
No.
by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40
Yes or
to
no?
50 square feet would be 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5
so-
by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar,
Okay. Keith, cool.
probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe
It
10
means
feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
They
But
were
you
just
working
fucking
on
wherever
an
you put them.
assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
Uh-oh.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information,
Yes or no,
collecting
dude?
evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull
What
up
an
the Webster's
asshole.
Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago?
Oh!
Working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it. Not
You
me.
look pissed.
You want me to go get
You
a
just-
dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained, let's move on.
Wow.
What an asshole.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that
Time to go home.
if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points.
Wow,
that are stable, like
dude.
I don't know.
No,
Like pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't
no.
move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained,
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question. I'm waiting.
All right, I didn't realize.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
Nope, not what you just said.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different location.
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the
Why is he
description
being
of the
this way?
I
I don't
recovered on
know.
that day.
Over something he's
And
got.
The bullet point beneath that says
The fuck?
February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Oh, this is fucking good.
This guy is an embarrassment. An
He is, dude.
embarrassment.
This guy investigated Justin Root.
Embarrassment.
Recognize it? What's depicted in it?
Fucking piece of shit, dude. I'm sick to my stomach.
Yep.
Yes, I do.
What's
Not
depicted in
good.
that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Oh, he walked him right into that one. AJ, fucking
No, objection.
AJ, buddy. Fucking take it all the way home. Send him
Yep.
back to Ukraine, dude. They need you back there, buddy.
Hey, he's got training too. He could probably go on the front lines. He's got special training. He'd do so much good over there, Mike, wouldn't he?
He's ready to go. Ship him.
He's tip of the
Let's
spear,
get
my
ice-
friend. He's
Let's
so
get ice
good.
out. Let's get ice out here. Surround another courtroom.
Does Colonel Noble? Does he know he's this
I don't know about Colonel.
knowledgeable
Noble, dude.
about life and whatnot?
We need to call him.
Evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general
How-
location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, John?
Howie Carr. Bukhenik claims he doesn't know the meaning of the word theory. I'm sorry. English is like a third language for me.
Does this look like the
Quote
photograph that you were
unquote
just
Bukhenik.
reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And
Horrible handwriting.
Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible?
Good luck with that.
Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what is that description?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
What?
What?
I do not know.
Whoa!
Did.
What?
I don't know.
Oh my
You don't recognize
God!
the handwriting?
No, I do
Holy
not.
You don't
Fuck.
recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Oh!
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items?
Holy shit!
To bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time.
Oh.
So someone
Oh.
else wrote the information.
Who's he
You just said,
protecting?
"I bagged it," and told him.
Yep.
him.
Turned it over.
No, sir.
You
No,
said
sir.
told
What you
him.
just said was, I bagged
Read it back.
and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
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 Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
He's done.
So we're just in a circle here. You can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize.
Oh man, Bukhenik, you're getting taken down like a bitch.
That's evidence,
Bitch.
dude. That was evidence turned into a trial with his name on it that he didn't do.
That's
You
right.
can't do that.
Did he actually collect it?
Items
Is
of
my
evidence
question,
that
Tom.
you've already described as being
What if he gave it to Brian Albert to do it?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay, since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was
In
important?
the general area.
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence.
Dude, Twitter's gonna fucking blow up.
It's already blowing up, dude.
I can't believe it.
Whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a
Chain of
trusted
custody, dude.
member
Chain
of
of
our
custody.
unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities
He's smiling. He's joking. You did the O'Keefe's dirty, dude.
to whom you would have
Dirty.
turned stuff over.
Oh my
Who were among
God.
them?
Oh my God.
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today,
Oh my
do you
God.
believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're gonna go through each person.
Every one of them.
Yep.
There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
You remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
You remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
You remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
You remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
No, it's not.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years
sure.
on evidence.
Condescending
logs,
fuck.
On notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
Dude, you look like a fucking dick.
I'm in awe, dude. You can't do that. You absolutely no. Absolutely no. No, no,
What
no,
a-
no, no.
So what are the O'Keefe's thinking right now? What are they fucking thinking?
Dude, how is he not in fucking jail? He submitted evidence under pains in fucking perjury. Sign
Killing
that
me, dude.
form, dude.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
It's the basis of being a
The whole
freak
thing or just the front page?
police officer.
Just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
AJ's pissed.
Oh,
AJ is on fire.
I don't want to be
Super
him.
focused.
No,
He's super focused.
He's pissed. Look at him.
Look at him.
He's
I
trying
just
to
saw,
hold
look at Karen just looked at Liza like, oh, this is juicy.
We're doing this.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Oh,
Handwritten notes by him.
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the
Look at
individuals
Karen. Look at Karen.
interviewed. You might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's
Richie.
notes.
She's fucking dying right now.
So you're testifying that I labeled that properly?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So why
you
say-
provided a document to me, so
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that
You're a
properly.
dick, dude.
wow.
You should be off the
I got
fucking
it from you.
force.
I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustain.
He's fine. He just screwed up his own investigation, guy.
Sure.
Wow.
That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
that's what's suggested. Yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? The purple tab.
Yeah, Danielle, the O'Keefe should be outraged right now that this is the kind of bullshit that, oh,
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If these,
See a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff?
yeah. Get him to just fucking say real easy yes or no answers here. Bren. Hey, this wretched boss.
How does that evidence, that 6 pieces of taillight in that evidence bag, how does that get in front of us, in front of a court of law? When you give that bag over as evidence, you say, here you go. You sign that form under pains and perjury. This is what I found. This is how I found it. Here you go. Mike.
Bob, can I ask you something? Do you think they never were at 34 View? The pieces are at Canton PD.
Yep.
He calls up the Proctor. Proctor comes down, bags them, but Bukhenik says they're his. Never even goes to 34, just stays at Canton PD. That's a possibility, right?
Mike, here's the thing. Like Proctor, they split it up. Proctor and Tully. I'm sorry. Bukhenik and Proctor are the team to investigate this. You take care of this, you take care of that. They go back, they make notes. That when he says he put that evidence in the bag, he didn't say he put rubber gloves on first, did he?
Nope.
No, he didn't. He didn't say where it was in the grass or in the street.
Nope.
He just threw it in the bag. What if that bag was never at 34 Fairview with those pieces? It never left the Sallyport. Or when they took the tail, they called Brian Wallinson to take the tail light out of the back of the vehicle.
Yes, the same day.
They don't have the vehicle. Yes, that night. That night. He's one of the people that was ghosting because there's no report for him. They had to take him out of that video editing.
Yes.
He's one of them people that was unaccounted for. Yes. So he's now got the light, gives it to Proctor. Proctor takes it with the hammer and the freaking crowbar, and they start breaking pieces. Right here. They have every piece.
Yep.
This piece is too big, break it in half. Bang.
Yep. I agree.
And then they take those pieces and put them in a bag. And then Proctor had to write Bukhenik's name on it because it can't be that Proctor found every single piece of evidence.
Right.
Break up to make it look good.
Yep.
And how can he say that evidence was just there in a general area?
So
Mike.
Would you say the chain of custody is fucked right now on this?
There
evidence?
isn't any chain of custody. He can't prove the chain of custody here.
So
that's why you have to do all that.
Right. He's fucked. He is so fucked. What is he doing? Why? I don't really give a fuck.
If he's capable, listen to me, Mike.
Yeah.
If he's capable of lying like this,
like this.
He needs to get out of the country. He dude. He don't need to be no cop in no way, man.
I wouldn't want him
someone that can lie like that.
I wouldn't want anywhere near my family. Anything. No. I wouldn't want him around anything I'm involved with. He is dirty, dude. Dirty.
Imagine that.
Wow.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pissed.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
Yes.
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from. Which
have the time.
In this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
so it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else.
It's trust me, bro.
It's secondhand. Let's use that word. Secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed that along to them.
That's two.
To a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. That's at least correct.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location,
What was the individual?
case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location,
Gotcha.
the date? How do you know that?
Gotcha.
As you sit here.
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said.
Yeah.
Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
What the fuck?
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022.
What?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
February 10th.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature?
Here you
know
go.
the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
So I'm not
What?
claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
You're a fucking asshole, dude.
By the way, the evidence.
I fucking hate that guy.
Hey, his boss is even nastier. Fanning. You think everything you heard about Fanning is true now?
Yes.
Does this not
This
validate
guy-
Fanning?
This guy is dirty, dude.
This is nothing. He's small potatoes, this guy. He's nothing. Think of his bosses.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
Wow.
People in charge of that dude right there, they're bad. They're worse than that dude. I'm telling you right now.
Wow.
Cully, Fanning,
What the
this
F?
guy's small potatoes. Think about this. He reported to them. They allowed this shit.
Yeah. Yep.
They condone it. They set it up.
God.
They did this on purpose. This is the 18. This is the district attorney's office, dude. The number one guy. The guy.
What-
That's
what-
it.
what
No
are
one
your
can
keys-
deny them. What
what are
what
your
lawyer,
keys
what
thinking right
judge
now?
is going to deny go across? Who's going to go across this guy? He's a freaking state police officer.
We got
Dude,
a trust me, bro situation going on here now.
I want to see his fucking test scores from the academy. That's what I want to know. Holy damn.
Man. Oh,
You know what? Colonel Noble. Colonel Noble. Is this how you run your units? Sir. Question.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
What a bitch. You too, lady. Shut up.
I think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry.
It's their documents. You got to show Brennan.
look at him just smirking.
You can
What are
take
the
a look at
O'Keefe's
two
thinking?
documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the O'Keefe's.
Wait till they get up, dude. This is batting practice, brother. This is batting practice. Oh, I'm sorry, Doc. Sorry.
How can you be married to this guy?
I'm loud. I know I'm loud. Let me turn my volume down. That'll help.
People are saying that they're hungover and you're yelling at them.
Yeah, I'm wicked sorry, guys. That better?
Yeah, it's
Anybody?
nice.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. That's good.
A little carried away there.
It's good to see you fired up this morning, bro.
Oof.
Holy fuck, man.
You know what? It's infuriating, Mike. I mean, we
Yeah.
expect the people that do these jobs to have certain levels of expertise and just
Yeah.
if he
Do the right
loved
thing.
his job, right? Think about this. If he loved his job, would he be answering it this way?
Yeah, no. Barry Lewis in the comment just goes, it's a betrayal of the public trust.
That yes, 100%. He's so right. Oh my God.
I'm
How
gonna
can
leave
you
those
watch
up
this
there
and
with
trust the
you.
state police,
Does
right?
one of those appear to be
He did, Justin.
log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And
To
both of
the
those
lab.
documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
It's a fact.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Remember, everybody, this is his case. This is his evidence that he submitted, that he found, that he used to convict Kieran Reed. And he's really now, he's got to look at this and he's not sure and he can't answer proper, even procedural questions that, you know, did you submit the evidence on this date?
He didn't write on the bag, Tom.
Mike, if he's going through this document and it comes back with the answer is yes, think of how much time he now was just wasted on the stand on purpose. This is a ploy to him. Look how red his face is getting. He's looking at it. I would put in big letters on the second page, you're fucked.
Yeah.
You're fucked. Next page. Yep.
Yeah. So they used this information for the second grand jury to indict Karen of murder, right?
That's all a lie.
Refresh your recollection
Complete
as
lie.
to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
Yep.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
Yes.
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but
Such
it was
funny
a
dude.
member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Bukhenik, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
Well, you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please do, man.
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
It's not funny, dude.
What's funny? He's been raping the taxpayers of Massachusetts.
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but
Jesus Christ.
very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you,
Look at his
recovered some of
thumbs.
those items.
He's
correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the
picked
weather
it up?
had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I
Jesus.
recovered that that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming, if there was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
He's a meteorologist
That's the
now.
same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the presence.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Wait till he gets to the Sally Port.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Boom. Sad. Absolutely.
Sorry,
freaking-
that's a two-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you finish?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some,
just tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the?
On
second
the
page?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Yeah, donkey. Yep. Yep. This is the guy is afraid of
Okay,
Turtle Boy.
Thank you, I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag, the other page purports
Yeah,
to be
Barry,
evidence.
you're right, buddy.
Correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No, this you're absolutely Mama Firefly. This is disgusting. How can this guy ever take the stand again and hold any kind of credibility? Oh man, Jesus Christ! I'm nauseous. Like this is killing me.
He did Justin Root guy.
I
You know how
know.
that was. That was bad too. And he
Yep.
said it was a good shoot. That's what I'm
Yep.
telling you. This guy
He's fucking bad. He's bad news.
112A and B.
He's bad news.
He's part of the RICO.
Your Honor,
You think
request to
that-
publish?
Oh, Mike.
Yeah, he's got. Yeah.
Mike, what if they bring in drugs?
Thank you.
from Ukraine?
Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item. Can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled
That's Proctor's handwriting.
with
Yep.
case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying
6'3".
marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I
02184.
believe. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number?
The
Item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the rule. General,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down.
Wow. So on one day prior to, he didn't see that piece, a 6-inch piece, but the next day Proctor finds it.
If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself.
Brennan? I didn't see it.
Showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did.
As they were just driving by, dude. They just drive-bys. That's it.
Holy shit, dude. What a piece of shit.
Hey, is that a shell casing over there in the
Are you
Oh, I
familiar
know.
with that document?
Yeah, I
When
guess
say familiar,
shell
that's a bad
casings on
question.
the
Let me
root
ask it a
case.
different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
This is awesome.
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it? Do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page.
024 is Braintree. Zip code.
Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably
7.5.
probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay, and then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground, but you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
Mm-hmm. On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th. The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
Peekaboo.
Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from
Here we
Brian
go.
Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
Wow.
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection. Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection. Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content.
There you go. Context.
I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection. Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection. Sustained.
May we approach your honor?
Yes.
This is for the third party culprit.
Yep, bring him in. Bring him in. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Mike, how can she defend? How can they object to something that was already asked, already answered? That's a fact.
Two different trials, dude. That's the only way I can think. That's the only way I can think of it. That was the last trial. This is a new one. It stands on its own merits. He's going to be able to get him in and be able to say, here you go. Here are the text messages. I don't know if he's going to be the one to do it. Then bring up Higgins' name, and then you go from there. But I'm not quite sure.
All right,
but this is very interesting.
Let's back up for a second.
Yep.
Yuri as a police officer, yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yuri as a state police detective, yes or no?
Yes.
And here we are, and he gave an evidence bag to somebody, I guess.
Yeah, I know. I know.
But he collected the evidence.
That's right.
Okay. And
He
it
didn't
was
write on the
submitted to the court
Yeah. Right.
as him. And it's funny because I remember one day when I was at the Stoughton courthouse, he went in for a warrant or to get an arrest warrant, and he had to go in and sign and swear that everything he gave the lady was the truth,
Yeah,
the whole
true.
truth, and nothing but
Yeah.
the pains of perjury. What happened there?
Tom, it's a great question. I don't know the legal parameters or we're walking on. I know he's walking on a fine line right now.
And we're
Or he-
allowing this. We're paying him. We're
I know,
paying him.
And if that's the case, he might have even crossed the line. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing, what he's trying to accomplish, but he's towing the line is what he's doing. He's towing the line. He's towing the line.
Now, listen, does he not have a reason to go with what they say? Think about this for a second. What if he screwed up in the past and they're holding that over his head? You want to go back to you want to get deported? Do what we tell you to do.
Right, there's a complaint from a girl.
And leverage on.
Yeah.
Leverage on the guy.
I do not disagree with you, Tommy, at all, because why would a guy like this with a family, wife, kids want to put it all on the line to look this certain way to possibly
he doesn't have a wife and kids without doing all the corrupt stuff to get here. He was corrupt a long time ago. He didn't get corrupt on the Karen Reed case. This has been going on a long, long time, Mike.
Yeah. And the Justin Root case, it was the Chico that signed off on the report with him. It's the same characters, dude. Same characters. I sent you the report. It's in your Xbox.
I really hope that the feds are looking specifically at this, because guess what this has on it? It's a 4-letter word. Rico, baby. Rico Suave. They're gonna walk in. They're gonna take him. They're gonna take his freaking house. They're gonna take his retirement. It all goes back to the government. It's like, go to jail and do not collect $200, Yuri. You're going away, buddy. Wait till the feds get this guy. This is Rico all day long.
Because he is working under an entity of another power to do a certain, and they can prove it. Because he's following orders.
Gives them the authority and the power to go in and take freaking everything that they own. Clean slate.
He's working for an organization that told him to do it this certain way and follow these orders. Yes.
And better yet, he did. He didn't question a thing, did he, Mike? He had a chance to stop this, didn't he?
What? I mean, seriously, if you're a state trooper,
again, you're gonna arrest your boss?
Someone fills out the evidence bag to you that you collected,
and you don't know who it is.
You tell Michael Proctor, "Hey, this is." No, dude, you've never. How many times do you do that? First of all, how many people are calling their lawyers right now that he was involved in a case right now to go back and look at? You know what I mean?
Every
Seriously.
one of them. I would. I
keep on bringing up the walls. Yeah, you've just the Justin Root case. You're opening up that whole comment and argument that this guy can't be trusted because he's having other people fill out evidence bags or possibly bring evidence with him, gun shell casings, whatever it might be, right? They can't be trusted, dude. Did Chico and Yuri at Justin Root's site the next day and they find more shells? 31, this is bullshit.
Yep.
If anybody's case should be reopened, it should be that one, the Justin Root case, as far as I mean, there's probably more.
Mike, there has got to be more. There absolutely is more. We have to do some digging.
You don't think anything right now with the Brian Walsh case is licking his chalk?
Listen, Kevin Reddington's got some answering to do also. Lawyer or not, it's not going to protect him. Hank, lawyer or not, you're not protected. You know what I'm saying? No way.
So what happens?
Mike, why do they got to go to a mob lawyer to do this? No one else would take it. Because they know. The feds are watching. And anything they do is under a microscope. Anything. Wow. Yep.
This is crazy. My goodness, man. I am just so disappointed in the Massachusetts State Police right now. These poor young guns that, that are on, are out there walking up to cars blindly,
Yep.
that sucks, dude. 2, 3 in the morning,
No one around.
in a cruiser, you get 3 guys in a car you just pulled over. You don't know what, I mean, that's what I feel bad. That's how I look at these guys. I don't
Scary
look at
shit.
detectives.
Gotta do it though. That's the
I don't
job.
look at these I don't look at these detectives fudging, bags of evidence and having somebody else with a trust me, bro. Just write it on there, Mike. That's when I did it. Yeah. No, dude, this is a murder
I don't
case.
want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a half an hour break.
Hour break. What's happening? Why are you taking an hour break?
What?
That's 10:30, right? It'll be 11:30. It'll be 11:45 before she gets going again.
I don't know. Half an hour break, she said, maybe.
An hour. I heard hour.
Can someone just take that and see if there was an hour break or half an hour, please?
You guys rewind it.
So,
Jesus.
let me
I
get
never,
this straight.
Mike, I didn't think it was this bad. I really am shocked that he admitted that he gave the evidence bag. I don't even know what to say, Mike.
He didn't even fill
and
he
he
didn't even
put the
fill it
evidence
out.
in it. He put the evidence in it. Here you go.
So
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Bukhenik to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and text message.
Okay. And I need copies as well. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that'd be great.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies.
Jim wants them.
All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then. let me
All
know.
right. Good deal. Wow.
Oh, there's more stuff coming in, baby. There's more stuff coming in. He might be on the stand all day today. And I know the kids.
I freaking hope. I hope he's on tomorrow and the day after
I'll
that. Because this shit needs answers, Mike. This is wrong.
I hope he comes back
Oh my
Monday.
God.
Fucking son of a bitch.
I feel so bad, Mike, for the Massachusetts State Police right now.
Me too.
How
I mean, I
embarrassing
shouldn't.
this is, Mike. They can't even handle evidence correctly. There's no remedial training for that shit. Come on.
Yeah.
No.
The fish rots from the head down, dude. You gotta start chopping off heads at the
No
top.
one does that. Nobody does that though. No one gets in trouble.
No, it's a gaff, dude. It's a gaff. It's a trough. The big hackorama.
And does this not only validate what Aiden wrote about?
Oh no, 100%, dude.
This shows you. I mean,
this
they
guy
put
is
him
like
in jail for this, dude.
They should be playing this right now for troopers when they got to go to the stand. What not to do. What not to not how to act, because he's blatantly caught red-handed doing something he doesn't feel comfortable talking about, and it's very obvious. First of all, he's put in a position on his own. He did it to himself. No one else to blame.
Yes. Well, Mike, look at the other trooper that was up there. What's the common? What's this? What's the thing here? What do you see going on here?
Connor Keefe.
Yeah. He. I didn't write no report.
Right. His eyes went bug-eyed. Yeah.
And now this. These are people that we expect. No. We demand that they not only follow the rules and regulations in proper protocol.
This is fucking nuts, dude.
Wait, did he follow? If he didn't follow proper evidence collection techniques for the Massachusetts State Police, that's an offense. And if he lied on the stand, that's another one. Those are things you can get deported for. And I really think that Ukraine could use a man like Yuri. You know, he needs to go back to where he came from. Help people over there. Because he's not helping the people over here. He's not helping putting the bad people away. And when they got a hold of even the scent of Karen Reed, she's an outsider. Let's go. Bang this one out easy. Let's go. Well, she's not gonna take she's not gonna admit to it. Great. Double it up. Double the charges. Let's go. Up the charges. We'll make a talk now. Let's go. That's how bad they are, Mike. Because Karen didn't take the first charge, they upcharged her.
Yeah.
Just so she would? To shut her up? Just to shut her up. Look at what they did to Aiden. 60, great. 60 days, sure, bye. This is embarrassing for the state of Massachusetts, Mike. This is the state police.
Yeah.
Imagine the Georgia State Police doing this.
I
People be
can't
getting shot over that.
It's so frustrating to watch this stuff. It's just so disheartening. Like, really, guys? But it's like one bad apple spoils them all. Well, we've seen more than one bad apple.
So
it's it's the whole Norfolk County District Attorney's Office that is putting a black eye on the Massachusetts State Police right now. And I'm sure that every DA's office has their issues. I'm not saying that. I'm saying because we know what's going on in this one is what we're seeing and unfolding in front of our eyes. I have a complete disdain for these people. Like, literally, I don't want nothing. I would want to be a friend of yours. I don't even want to be associated with you. If you told me what you did for a living, I would be like, cool, dude. I'll talk to you later.
Nice.
Nothing to do with nothing.
With that. Let me know how it worked out. Peace out.
I used to play basketball with a state trooper, Billy Jones. And I had the utmost respect for him. Utmost respect for him. We went out there every night. He's on 495. He was a guy that's been now he's at the airport. He might even be retired by now, but I used to man, be careful up there. Now I'm like, dude, yeah, I feel bad for you, but these assholes, and I'm sure he would never do this because he was not like that. He was never like that. And this is just complete and uttermost.
I guess I can talk about it now.
Bullshit. And you get these cops, the state trooper that pulls over has a sandwich with a homeless person. They ends up getting fired.
Yep. So growing up, I grew up with this kid, right? His name was Mike. And he was Boy Scout. He was in the Marines, went that Desert Storm, didn't drink, didn't do drugs, straight laced guy from day one, like from fucking day one, growing up with ice fishing with him. He ends up being a trooper. He's really smart. He ends up moving up the ranks. He's in charge of the Middleborough Barracks. Same kid I grew up with. You know what he does now? He's retired.
Mm-hmm.
You know what he does now is like 90% of his day is committed to this.
I don't know.
He goes around and he does the habitats for the stray cats, like out the woods. Like he brings like houses and food and water and puts habitat for the stray cats out there and finds them. If one of them's sick, he'll bring them to the vet and bring them back. So he's out there doing something good, but you would think a retired trooper would be out doing this, doing that. This guy's out playing with cats. So wow. either he got chewed up in that system, or he just wants nothing to do with it, and he's only relying on himself, and he's taking care of the cats, and he don't want nothing to do with nothing else. I won't even talk to him. I don't even see him anymore. Like if I see him, Mike, it's a quick hi bye. He won't engage. Like he doesn't want to be. Communicate.
Yeah. He's done.
He's checked out.
Yeah, he's done.
Of everybody. And I don't blame him.
Yep.
And he's probably one of the happiest people in the freaking world right now. With just that, give me that small bubble. I'll take it. I'll take that bubble right now. Because this is the reason I left being a cop. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. They're all corrupt. I hate to say it, but
thank God I laughed this morning with Auntie Deb and stuff, because I tell you.
Yeah. What would happen now?
Right.
No laughing, because It's a murder
You
of
gotta,
a father.
you gotta step back after you see this stuff and be like, how can Yuri walk out of there today with his head held high? Is beyond me.
Murder
Beyond
of a
me.
Boston freaking cop, Mike.
And how can
He's going along with it.
How can the O'Keefe family look across that courtroom and listen to this guy speak in rhymes and riddles and delays and smugness about their loved one?
Can't even answer a freaking stupid question that he said 10 minutes before. Disgrace.
I would be so pissed off. I am pissed off.
Listen, I
Just pissed off.
I would hate to want to see the real estate market in Canton specifically in the past 2 years compared to the 2 years prior. But man, Norfolk County DA system, that's a whole nother problem.
It's like power that's unchecked. It's like they have this
exactly-
power.
do whatever
right?
you want. Yeah.
Right. Power that's unchecked. They don't have to report to anybody. It seems like they have no oversight. There's not like Morrissey's not making sure they're doing their job right. Like the system's not like the process of is not happening. So if someone in the lab gets it 6 weeks later, they just label it and move on and process. They don't care and say, hey, Yuri, you found this back in February, right? They don't even ask that. They just label their label on it and do what they got to do and go home. That's it. Okay, I don't care if it was 6 weeks after the fact. I just get to, process in the lab, look for DNA. If it's not there, I'm going to put it back in the evidence logger. But why wouldn't somebody say, whoa, why is it 6 weeks later, Yuri? Who's not? That should be Tully.
Yep.
Fanning.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Should be saying, hey, guys, you can't do it like this, and stopped it a long time ago. But they fucking let it go.
They did. All day.
They're one of the boys.
For what reason, Mike? What's the end result? I mean, really?
Simplicity. We all know how it's going to get to the end. Who cares if it was 6? You forgot your car, you dropped a piece from your bag. Okay, don't worry about it, man. No one's going to know. It's just us. It's just fucked up.
And you know what?
Integrity. Do the right thing when no one's looking.
Do the right thing, and the right thing will happen. I promise.
Right? And and this guy is not doing the right thing when nobody's looking. When nobody's looking, they're trying to slide it by us. 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Tried to slide by the fucking Sallyport video last year on us.
Yeah,
to get around it.
Inverted.
Come on, man. This is the same fucking dude. He lost 5 vacation days. Colonel Noble.
He listen.
Do your job, dude.
Mike,
if not, Healy will not be able to run with you in charge of MSP again. It'll hurt her in her election. You better take a hard look at this, Healy, because he's not doing you any favors. He's towing the line for you again.
Well, didn't she hire Noble to come in and clean house?
Yes. Yeah. Fuck.
Is he cleaning or is he just dusting? Like, what's the deal here? Is he deep cleaning or is he just making it look pretty for the most part? Because that's what I see him. Just making it look pretty, Mike. That's it.
He's putting lipstick on a pig.
Yep.
Right? All right, we got a new neighbor here, but status quo, boys. Status quo. Mara got the pressure to do something, but she's gonna come up for election again, and this is gonna be a sore subject. Enrique, Justin, Reed, O'Keefe, Walsh, all these ones that they're involved with. If any lawyer has a client that's behind bars because of Yuri Bukhenik right now, you better be looking. You better be reopening that case or looking at that case again and making sure all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, because obviously people are bagging evidence, giving it to somebody else that they don't even know, and they're running it out. He just said that. And then it's getting to a lab 6 weeks later. So all this attorney has to do is break down the chain of custody again. You have an appellate court that would listen to this in a second. What are you going to base it off? I'm going to base off the testimony he just gave in the Reed case. Here's your case law.
It's Mike. It's so bad. This is just everything that he did is things that there's rules specifically in place so that this doesn't and cannot happen. But yet,
People are telling me to calm down. I'm getting fired up. My
it
blood
is.
pressure, dude. I feel my blood pressure.
Maddening because it's so wrong.
Just to sit here and watch this happen like this, it's an embarrassment to the state. It's an embarrassment to the state, dude. It really is an embarrassment.
Telling me that Tully approved all this, or that Tully specifically trained these gentlemen on how to do these things? Because this is something that it's either a common practice or it's not, right? Either this happens so frequently they don't think twice about it,
It's the norm, right? Yeah, yeah.
or this is a one-off. There's no middle ground. There can't be. There's no way, Mike. No. And like, do they even get audited? Do they get like? I don't know.
No shit. Yeah, state auditor. Where are you, pal? What's up with your camera, Tommy? A little blurry, there, buddy.
I thought it was my eyes. I'm
No, it's the camera, dude. Oh man, Mara Healy, dude, you're. I mean, this is gonna hurt you. I don't know what to tell you, Mara, but I don't run your campaign. But if I was your campaign manager, a couple of things I'd be looking at is immigration.
Yep.
Safe state and the fucking MSP.
Well, the DA is the guy in charge, Mike. I hate to say it, but I mean, the buck kind of does stop with him. And you have Tully and Fanning, who have been at the DA's office for quite a while.
He got rehomed, but I don't even think that's enough. Yeah, no. Tully got rehomed.
Not Fanning. Fanning's still there.
I don't even think that's enough. I don't even. That should not even. Guys, these guys' careers should be over because you're talking about life in prison or 5 years in prison. That's a long time for a lot of people. But you guys sit up there and act like it's no big fucking deal if someone else signs an evidence bag and puts it in 6 weeks later. Come on, man. That's not how it's supposed to be. That's not a fair, unbiased system. The lady with the two scales is being tipped one way, right, for the prosecution right now, just because you guys don't feel like it's doing your job. You try to justify it by saying, well, I trust my brother trooper to do the right thing. That doesn't fly in the court of law. You need memorialized documentation. You had a phone. You have phones. I mean, please, enough with the fucking gibberish bullshit. We understand and can see what's happening with our own two eyes and ears. Stop it, Yuri. Stop it, pal.
So, Mike, here you go. If you look at your phone, I don't know about you, but if I look at my phone and I open the camera app and I go to my gallery, I take pictures of every freaking thing.
Me too, man.
I don't even know what the pictures of.
I'm tracked by Google.
Yeah, Google knows that. Yeah, but these guys have legitimate phones in their pockets, like I do, and they're not taking pictures of these evidence. Where's the evidence? Oh, let's take a picture of it. I'm not going to measure it, but I'll take a picture of it. Okay. So I have reference. This piece was here.
Right.
I could put that puzzle back together and maybe get it within. I'll probably get within a foot.
Right. Yeah. At least you have something. Right. You have something.
And he went intentionally to have nothing.
Right. What about those yellow markers you see with like bullet casings?
Yeah, they're expensive.
You see them all over Boston all the time, right? What if you found it? You put it down by the red tail that you found all over the place and take a fucking picture.
That's why that's rulers in pictures too.
Right? You get the little yellow markers. You see the gun shells all over Boston all the time.
John DePietro's even taking pictures, dude. He's taking pictures of the jury.
Thanks for making me laugh.
Yeah, that's Kamahata said that, right?
Fuck.
But like,
Jesus
it makes sense, right? Why aren't they taking pictures of these 6 pieces of evidence on the ground, Yuri?
Right. Or if you hand the bag to Proctor, memorialize you handed the bag to Proctor. Chain of custody.
Why not say that? Why avoid that?
And then there's other cases,
back and forth, man.
There's other cases that they'll do by the book. Now, the one in Braintree that Microdocs did a video of, you'll see the casings on the ground with the yellow fucking things all over the place, so they can find the casings where the Braintree police were there. So the Braintree police put those out there. Canton PD decided, you know what? Fuck this. We're walking away from this because they were told to.
We got this. You know, think about how that had to go about. Who made that phone call to back the Canton Police Department off? Mike.
That was who made the phone call to get them to back off?
Yep.
It was Morrissey. Morrissey called.
That if you remember, that one in Braintree involved the police from Braintree that worked in conjunction with the state police.
Yeah. And Morrissey showed up there, did a presser.
Yep.
It was like, you know, because it didn't involve anybody they cared about. They were racial minority kids, right? Killing minority kids. Basically, don't condone.
I wonder if Yuri is more prejudicial against a certain.
Oh, after watching this shit, dude, how can he not be?
He's got to be. He's got to be.
Nope.
He's got to be like, yeah. Joke.
Freaking cannot get over this stuff. Yeah, and some of this shit stripped of metadata. You're right there, Kirk.
Yep.
You know, like they're hidden stuff that, like, you know, last year with Colin's phone, no metadata. Then you have Brian Higgins. It's looking, it's coming into testimony right now with in his own version of the text messages that was stripped out at a kiosk for the FBI. What the fuck?
And then after that one specific thing was taken out from the text message, he took out a certain thing, whatever he said. So if he said to Karen, "I'll take care of John for you," Higgins went in and removed that one line from his text messages.
Yeah.
Then, after doing that and going through all that effort, he then cuts the SIM card in half. Mike, you know what it takes to cut this little piece of freaking silicone in half?
Pair of scissors.
Yeah, but it's small. It's not an accident that you cut it.
No, done.
So you delete your data off of it first, and then you cut it up. What was so valuable on that you had to make sure that it was destroyed?
A day before the preservation order.
What was so important that you had to go and destroy your SIM card? What was so important? You had to delete the file and the whatever it was you deleted off of the text string. What was so important for you to have to go do that at the FBI kiosk?
Diddy just posted something. The approximate 20 pieces Bukhenik just testified to finding were all from the same side of the taillight. I'll send it to you, Tom.
Now,
wow, what a piece of shit. I thought he was bad last year because Proctor kind of took the stage, but this is really showing his true colors, how bad he really was last year. Because we didn't know about the bag being transferred over to Proctor.
We got two right shoes. What are you talking about? Great investigation technique, bud. Where's the left one?
Even Bev with the wow on the stand.
Yeah. Yep.
And then something ringing in a bag next to him on the stand yesterday.
They had to show the same shoe twice because the shoe's different than the shoe that's in the photo. And wait till Fanning and Crawford. Wait till that comes out. Wait till the world hears about that nonsense. Every single file that we've seen so far has been touched by Fanning and Crawford and paid for by you. So thank you very much for paying that bill. They charge exorbitant amounts of money for nothing, no reason, no rhyme. They charge it because they can. They have an open-ended invoice. They can make and charge whatever they want. So with that said, I think I need to make a phone call to the Norfolk County District Attorney. Find out what's up. I don't know. What do you think they're going to say to me?
I don't know, Tom. I mean, I'm just like so lost. Like, you know, the ripped jeans, the sneakers, the misappropriation, memorializing of evidence.
Yeah.
To have a trooper say, I didn't write that, but I collected it, but I gave it to Michael Proctor. right? The disgraced Michael Proctor. He wrote it, but I told him what to wrote. And after that, I don't know where it went. I'm not buying it, dude.
Connor O'Keefe. Right? And then they hire this Jessica Hyde lady to come in and confuse the heck out of everyone about friggin' what she eats for dinner.
But then she got taken down, though, too, hard. Bob Alessi crushed her, dude.
Katie Sniffleupagus says she doesn't know who Caitlin Albert is.
Right?
Jen called Coco. She never told the grand jury at 5:07. She lied. First contact with the FBI. She lied, Mike. You, Jen McCabe? Nope, not me. Kerry Roberts lied to the grand jury, too. And who the frig put the rock on the front lawn of the house? How come we can't find that out? We know about the 36 pages of rubber ducks. 36 pages, Mike, of rubber ducks.
I know, dude.
They hauled him into court over rubber ducks. I want to know about that rock. Who put it there?
I know.
That's jury tampering. That's influencing of a jury.
Yep.
In lemon pickets. Great discussion while we are making copies. Yes, they are. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. While we're here, can everyone just do me a favor, hit the like, subscribe. You know, that would be nice. You get 2 minutes going on. Maybe 3.
Fuck this fucking piece of shit, man. I can't get over this shit.
Oh, great point.
Kurt's
right in the money, Mike.
What?
Right here. Look at
the cops on the shoe was upside down, also full of snow. Upside down is how you get the snow inside of it. John has no broken ankle. How could it? Yeah, right.
How did his shoe come off? He would have broken his ankle if that's what happened. He would have broken his collarbone, his shoulder, his elbow.
Oh, he would have smashed
forearm. His forearm would have been done.
To get knocked out of your shoes by a car.
Yeah, it's a hit.
It's a lot. That's a lot of force coming at you.
I've been hit by a car. It's not. It's more of a push, not necessarily a hit. There's more.
Yeah.
Oomph to it.
What weighs more than you? It's center mass too, right? Center
Yeah.
mass is here as opposed to up here.
He would have been gone.
I think I just sent you a video of Yuri presenting the jeans from the first trial. You can tell where he's holding up the back of the pocket that's ripped allegedly. Now, again, we talked about this off stage, I think. I would have been pulling those jeans out of those plexiglasses if I'm Alan Jackson going, let's take a real good look at these again. Let's present those again. There's a reason why they're in that plexiglass.
Yep.
They don't do that for no reason. You know. Yeah, Mama's Firefly. I agree that it was on that tape the whole time.
Check this out, guys. This is the first trial, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, these are John's jeans, trial 1.
Now they're not. Now they're in plexiglass. It's not showing, bro. It's on the bottom left-hand corner.
Oh, because it's.
Yeah. Shoot the arrangement around a little bit.
Yeah. There we go. Let me just rewind it for you fine folks. So this is trial 1, guys.
See how he's holding that pocket? Watch his hand. Watch his hand.
Turned it.
See it right here? Like it's over there, right? Where his left hand's gonna be right now. It's ripped right on the back.
Oh, yep.
How did John's back pocket get ripped? Unless he was fighting with somebody.
They wanted the phone. I'm telling you, man, they wanted the phone. And I'll tell you why. And them 53 calls to Canton Police Department.
Why is his ass all blood? How? If he's laying in the snow, head on the ground, bleeding out that way, how does it get to his fucking jeans, dude, down there?
It doesn't.
I know that, but this is fucking asinine. Fuck. See that? You see that flap right there? I don't know what that is. Is that maybe the front of the pants? But up where his hand is where it should be, right there. Right, right? And now he scrunches it up right where that rip is going to be. So again, I look at that. Now he puts it back. Now it's in plexiglass, dude. He's looking for it too. He's looking for where he's going to put his hand. Look at his eyes.
They look kind of big, don't they?
Well, they're cut in the front. See,
And he's
they're all cut.
feet how long? 6'2"?
6'2", 215. Yep. Did he hold it together, guys? That's not grass stains, guys. That's blood right there. On the right there. That's blood. That's from him sitting up in his own in his own puddle. Could be bleach on there from him trying to get it clean. Who knows?
Odd. Very
Fucking
odd.
poor kid. Fucking poor kid.
Yeah, he didn't deserve that.
Fucking A, man. It sucks. Oh, man. Pissed. Fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Still got the fan. Let me hit Twitter real quick. See what we can find there. And I'm just sad. Sad for it. Sue O'Connell, commenter.
Flip ahead. Oh my
Not
God.
a reporter.
What?
She's a commentator. She's not a reporter. She's NBC 10.
Yeah, you're right.
South End.
Right.
She, he, her, I delete all posts because other people delete posts. Stupid.
DePietro's getting smashed.
He should. He's an idiot for doing that. Oh, this is pisser. I love how they open with this, Mike. Check this out. You guys ready for this? Listen to this open.
The Massachusetts State Police is the statewide law enforcement agency with the broadest jurisdiction in the Commonwealth.
Now, most of us only interact with state police troopers at the airport or along the Mass Pike, but recent headlines have thrust the agency into the public eye, opening them up to public scrutiny.
Sue O'Connell continues our series Commonwealth Confidential with a look at how people are feeling about the agency tonight.
The handling of the Karen Reed murder investigation and the death of a trooper in the State Police Academy have sparked public outcry on social media, in newspaper columns, even in day-to-day life. The criticisms of the agency seem to be growing louder and louder. As part of our ongoing series exploring policing in Massachusetts, I took some journalism students from Boston University and hit the streets to get a sense of how the general public views the state police.
If I say Massachusetts State Police to you, what's your first reaction?
Criminals.
What are your first thoughts when you hear Mass State Police?
Ooh, if you asked me that like maybe 2 years ago, I'd say, oh, okay. Protection, power, and on our side. You ask me today, I think there's some bad apples that need to be removed.
When I say Massachusetts State Police, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
This is old, dude. You know that, right?
Problems.
Yeah.
Problems.
Right.
What kind of concerns do you have?
5 months ago.
Integrity. When I say Massachusetts State Police, what do you think?
I feel like they do a good job in making sure that we're safe and patrolling and making their presence known.
The poor opinion that some people have about the Mass State Police is not new, but a series of recent scandals has only heightened public criticism. I sat
And Mike, 5 months ago. And look at where we're at today. Same thing. No answers. We haven't done nothing. We've got no answers.
It's gotten worse.
We still got a fan. It's 11 o'clock.
I'm so pissed.
Oh, dude, wait till Sallyport. Wait till they start talking Sallyport. I mean,
how do you get to the Sallyport from here, though? Like, what do you have to do now? So
you introduce the vehicle.
Yeah, but
like talked about the evidence.
The line of questioning is the taillight parlay that into, okay, how can I put the taillight being smashed at the Sally Port, I guess, is your next, right? Who
Well,
was there,
yeah.
right? Who disappeared? Why did Wallace take it out? Brian Wallace is on the defense list, right?
The prosecution, I don't think he's not on. I don't think he's on the prosecution list.
He is
But-
on the he's on the Commonwealth's list. Brian
Okay.
Wallace. Yep. But he's an expert, or no, law enforcement.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I think, I mean, let's talk about the jury now. What's the jury's take on all this mess? Are they seeing what we're seeing? We know we're biased. So we're seeing what we want to see. What's the jury seeing, Mike? The jury that doesn't know who Bukhenik is, who didn't know trial one.
Tom, that's a great question. Last year, you and I thought right away this will be an hour or two.
Yep.
And they'll be back.
Right, in and out. Yeah, remember that.
And it went 5 days.
Yeah.
So I can only assume that they're going to have. There's no way she's going to be convicted. It's going to be a reasonable doubt. We know that, but we want an acquittal. We want an acquittal because this is complete horseshit.
Stop. Correct.
It's got to stop, dude. This is enough. And unfortunately, the way it's going, or the way people perceive it to be going, is that John's never going to see justice from the real people that really hurt him and took his life. Wow. Because they're going to get the acquittal and say, we tried. We can't find 12 jurors to actually, get the conviction that we're looking for. We feel bad for the O'Keefe family, But we wanted an acquittal with prejudice. That means that you can never try me again.
Right.
You can never, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm with you there.
Fuck me, man. If I was the O'Keefe family or Paul, I'd be fucking bullshit right now. If I'm listening to Yuri, and if I have any interaction with Yuri last year, I met him, and he was this kind of person. He was talking to me this way. He's up there doing this about my brother's case and pretty much blowing it and denying things and squabbling and squirreling around. Just be like, dude, who the fuck are you? Where did you come from?
He's the one that didn't do anything to help your brother.
Right. Now, does the O'Keefe still think Michael Proctor is a good guy and he did the right thing that was wrongfully charged? Because this guy, Yuri, is really solidifying and justifying what they did to Michael Proctor to remove him because he was so bad. And Yuri's up there trying to defend him, but he'll throw him under the bus when he has to, but he'll back it back up and say, I did not do that. Well, who did? I'd have to look at a report. Let's go down that report. Let's go down that road. And if I'm a juror, hopefully with common sense would say to me, what's this guy doing? If he was fluent and they were confident in what they had for evidence, they'd be just hammering away. This is where it came from. This is how we found it. It'd be smooth. The hand up was smooth, but obviously it wasn't, because they've done other cases where it's gone smooth, and they put the right people away, I'm sure. But man, did they botch this one?
Yep.
On purpose.
Jess Machado made a comment an hour ago. And listen to this, and she's got a great point, man. I'm a little shocked at how many jurors are openly reacting to testimony. It took as much longer time last trial to see them get as comfortable enough to react.
That's good.
Yes.
How many
They're already outraged already, and we're not even getting into the good stuff yet. That's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Dude.
Kirk said Jackson's going to bring Bukhenik to bring Hazen to try to get John to check messages. Spanky really should have thought this through strategy. Yeah. And Spanky's strategy of over here, over there, over here, back to Garrido, over here. It's not working.
No,
it's not working.
No,
because Jackson's holding on to the beat of the bone and keeping it up there for days. Well, Hank's not. Hank's up there for 5 hours tops on one person, and then kicks him, and then plays a video Karen with her own words, right? But Jackson's actually doing the lawyering the right way, getting to every single part of this person's testimony, every single part of what pieces he collected, every single part of his interviews, why they want memorialized, who's with you, why was it done at a house, why wasn't it done at a station, why wasn't it videotaped? These are the things we want to know. Why, but Yuri, sir, you've done this before with other suspects, and you've taped it. You've separated witnesses before, right? You know how to do these things, right? But not this time around, Yuri. You've done this. You've been trained this way to separate, memorialize, record, but you decide this wasn't the way it was supposed to be because Jim McCabe kind of told you what was going on already. Come on, man. Wow.
I want to hear people that think Karen did it now. I want to hear what they think about this. The blue shirts, the people over there. What do they think about this?
Yeah. The other thing too is like John's clothes, from what I read in the prior trial one, is that they were in Proctor's car for longer than what Yuri's stating. I thought they were in Proctor's trunk of his Ford vehicle for at least a couple, maybe a week. I thought it was a week or two. I'm not sure.
It was a while. I know it was a while. Yeah, it was. It was a
Yeah.
while.
You remember that? I don't know if that's going to come into play. Yeah, where's his wallet? Where's that bracelet he had on his wrist at the Waterfall Bar and Grill? You can see it on his arm. Where's that? Okay. Where are his socks? His boxer briefs that he puked in? Where is all that stuff? But hopefully we get to it.
Yeah. I'm looking.
Cop start at 210 to 314, right?
Yep. I mean, dude, you're right. What do you think? What are you thinking if you're calling right now? And
I cannot even put
Brian,
myself in that kid. I can't.
you're coming up.
I can't even put myself inside that kid's head. Are you kidding me? I don't even know how that kid thinks. I can't be honest with you.
I went to the academy. I went to the academy with the Braintree chief. He's chief right now.
Oh yeah.
And I called him, and the secretary took a message, and that's all I can do. I did that yesterday.
Up at the hospital. Okay, all right.
So yesterday there was a lady and her daughter. She flew up from Georgia just to see this trial and see Karen. So I tried my best for them, ladies. So if they're listening, hello. They're going to 34 Fairview today and the waterfall and all that good stuff. So I'd like to say good morning to you, ladies, and I hope you're enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, they were fans, weren't they?
Yep.
Watching, yeah.
We've had a lot of people come down here just for the trial, and it's pretty good.
Just jump in the car from Ohio and drive the night. You know what I mean? Drive straight through.
I can get to the Potomac in 8 hours. Road trip. We talk about road trips. We never take them.
Yeah. Let's talk about the rubber duck investigation about Yuri. How many cameras did he pull? How many people?
Camera possible.
How much surveillance did they do with the Canton PD? I mean, that's just another indication of what was happening with Chris Albert calling Yuri directly or whoever, and he came right down there pulling fucking film.
Rubber gloves with the rubber ducks. They're fucking fingerprinting the ducks.
So Yuri did more investigating on a rubber duck case than he did with John O'Keefe's evidence collection.
And the rubber ducks, the only thing the rubber ducks were, they weren't for terrorism. They weren't for lighting fires. They were just out there to make fun of Chris Albert.
No, cop star. I did not get my claiming license. I got my sticker already for duck sprayer though. Yeah. I will though. That's a big workout.
Bucket a day. A lot of work to get a bucket of clams.
Oh,
man.
Jesus Christ, man. Hard work.
I'd do it though. I love it. Nothing like that.
No.
Stand in the
and I don't even need them. My father-in-law will, but I just do
every one you can get, bud.
I'll put it on the end of a hook and throw it out there. But I tell you.
Yes, just go scuba diving with my but doesn't matter who he is, but we go scuba diving, and to get lobsters, you put your arm under the rock and you wait for them to bite you. You reach under
Oh
there.
God, Jesus
And,
Christ!
and they clamp onto you, and you know there's lobsters, and you can pull them out. You have to get around his back.
You got big gloves on, right?
No, just sweatsuit.
Oh my God!
So he wants to go backwards because his tail flipping backwards when he's got your arm.
Oh yeah,
pull
yeah,
you,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
So you have to go and grab. You have to let him bite you, so you know he's there. And then you got to reach and grab the back, figure out where he is, and grab the back of him and pull him out. They're pain. And when the big ones bite, oh, yeah. After this, I'm gonna get a dog. I think I'm gonna get a dog after this. I want a little one, little lap dog.
This is a Bettero tweet 9 minutes ago. Given the burden of proof, the defense just needs it to be plausible that the tail light was planted. The cross of Uri about the bizarre is bizarre and frankly hard to believe in the manner in which the tailgate was recovered by himself, Berkowitz, and Proctor over the course of 3 weeks as the snow melted. After not being recovered by Gallagher and the CERT team was very effective. Adds the Accra testimony, which will fully support the defense's theory about the taillight.
Yep.
And the prosecution is going to have a difficult time proving BRD that the taillight couldn't have been planted. The CPD MSP blew this issue by failing to photograph the SUV when they first encountered it. When did they secure the scene? Immediately after they didn't finish the search when O'Hara offered to do so. You're right, Bettero. Yep. Couple of things, man. They just completely left it wide open. Aiden Kearney just posted Jim McDermott knows what numbers he's pulling for the alternates already.
How did you know that?
He's just making a joke.
Yeah, that's Jim.
Just Machado's a little bit shocked at how many jurors are openly reacting to testimony. It took a much longer time during the last trial to seem to be uncomfortable enough to react. Just reread. That's the tweet that you read.
Yeah, and she's right. I mean, when you're in the jury, you got to be straight faced, and you can't really react. All right, when I'm ready, you got a 501c3. Really, Megan, my girl. I used to drive for a dog rescue from up in Rhode Island here, and they would wait till they get 25 dogs adopted, and they'd rent a van, and they'd put all the empty crates in the van and bungee them all down nice and tight, and they'd give me 2 credit cards and say, sit in Texas on this day at this time. So they would give me like 5 days to get from here to down there, and I'd take my time, and I'd use their credit card, and they'd get me hotel rooms. So I'd drive. It's 18 hours to get to New Orleans. So they'd put me up on Bourbon Street. I'd stay there 2 days, take a day to drive from Louisiana to Texas. I'd get to Texas. I'd get put up somewhere there. And then I'd sit and...
I'm going to go grab the dogs. I'm back.
Yeah. And then I'd drive down to Sinton the next day in the morning. We'd load up all the dogs, and they all had pictures on the crates. So you knew this dog went here and that dog goes there. And we'd load them up, and I would just reckless drive home. I was in the left lane the whole way with these dogs in tow, full dogs and cats. And it's funny. It's really funny. I will tell you now, I made 3 trips in 1 month when COVID hit because there was nobody on the road. I actually got pulled over in Florida because they were doing like a fruit check. And I went by this friggin' area, and I was in a van, and I guess all vans have to stop, which I didn't know. So they pulled me over, and they said, "You know any dogs?" And I got a bunch of empty crates. So, when I got the dogs, I would drive, and whenever I'd need to get gas, I'd plan it. So I would just gas had to be right up the highway. Those gas stops that are right up the highway, you get right back on, like the 76s and stuff. If it wasn't that, I wouldn't stop. So when I'd stop, I'd go and I'd change all the pee pads. Now you don't feed them. You do not feed the dogs. People are like, oh, I'll give them food. No. You do not feed them. They go on the Tom diet. They get treats. That's it. They get much water as they want because the pee pads will soak the water up. So I swoop up the pee pads, put new pee pads in right down the line as the truck's filling up, back in, zip, left lane the whole way till I need more gas. So I made it back from sitting in Texas to Rhode Island in 31 hours flat, straight out. And I did that 3 times in 1 month. Yeah, it was a Rhode Island rescue. Yeah, it was called Midnight Run. And they, when I'd get to the rescue at night, I'd get back at like 2 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. And all these dogs going to their forever homes Sunday. So when I get home, when I get to the rescue at 2 o'clock in the morning, there's like 40, 50 people, the workers and friends and everyone that are there, they're all helping. And they'd take the dogs and they'd go right to like a Petco or something that wasn't open, but they knew. And they have washing stations there for the animals and drying stations and like a lot. So they would take the dogs and they would bring it right there in the middle of the night. And every dog would get a bath. One of the ladies was a vet, so they'd get a checkup. I mean, every dog, they'd get their nails done. They get, if they needed a haircut, they'd get that done. But they get bathed. And so these dogs were all ready to rock and roll Sunday morning. So like Sunday morning, 8 o'clock, all the people are outside waiting to get their dogs. So yeah, it was a good time. And I know a lot of people now have forever animals. These dogs have got forever homes. And that just made me so happy. You know what I mean? So I know that I almost did 400 animals. The 390 something, I don't know. But I know that many people are better now with an animal. So that's that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I was there before COVID. I was doing I was the runner for them. And I mean, they'd always rent nice brand new vans. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't doing anything. I had time and I got to, and you know what? I got to drive. I got to make my own routes. I could go. I seen things I can't even tell you, people. I drove through the Smoky Mountains in the morning on sunrise. I seen all types of animals, dogs, like stray dogs, deer all over the road. So
Unmuted.
I'm blessed. And again, I'm happy, and I have all my needs are met. Say that. Very happy. I want for nothing. And I got you people here watching. I got you like an audience and subscribers and members, and yeah, I am just blessed. And I can't thank you guys enough. Every day I wake up, I'm the happiest guy that I could be.
Let's go back in session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
It's in the 114.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I, with court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. I see it.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
Morning, Dan.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
Should be E for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
Come on, Bev. You can't do that. This is part of a person's freedom, man. This is absolute bullshit. Go get him, Bob. What's Paul all dressed up for in the suit? That looks nice. Maybe they have a mediation after court today. Who knows? Yeah, morning, man. Glad you made it. Hope everything's okay. Oh, thanks for the guy with the beard. Yeah. I almost shaved it. No, bro. I almost shaved it. I was getting ready to clip it, but I don't know. it's just so much easier having a beard. You guys know that it's just like you don't have to worry about fucking anything. Man. You just go. Oh, they calling Paul to the stand. Well, I heard that the niece and nephew might be called, but I'm not sure. I can't.
Losing my fucking mind here.
Oh, who's he yelling at, Tom? I hope Yuri got a fucking phone call from somebody up in the office like, dude, you look like a fucking huge dick. You're not doing yourself any favors. In fact, you're not doing anybody any favors, even including Donkey Lips to Chico. Right? No chin chin back there. Mr. O'Keefe, man, respect. My friend, respect. Great jump shot. Great jump shot. Girls. Keep Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik up there all effing day, people. Let him have the best weekend for Mother's Day this weekend that he possibly could have. And we'll see you on Monday, bright and ugly, okay? And we're going to do it again until we get it right. We have a girl's life on the line here. There is no shortcutting anything. Hey, I'll collect it. You write the bag bullshit going on. Trust me, bro. Not happening. Go get him, AJ.
All right, where are we, bud?
Oh my God. Alan Jackson just handed Yuri a whole printout of text messages or something. And it's probably 100 or so pages, if not more. It's in a big clip. And Auntie Bev goes, are we going to read all these? And AJ goes, I most certainly will. And Yuri looked up at him, and then she called the sidebar right away.
Really?
Yep. Like, and I was just going off about how can you handicap a woman's fight for freedom by limiting what can be taught, right? Like, how can you do that, Auntie Beth?
This is her defense, guy, for murder.
And you're saying, no, we're not going to read all those. What do you mean, no?
Unbelievable.
And now this is happening in front of a jury, okay? This is, like Ian said, and with Jessica Machado, like, yeah, I'd be like, what the fuck is going on here, dude? Like, we're all seeing this. So there's 18 of us here. We see all this stuff going on.
Wow. Wow, guy.
Fuck me.
Well, this is good. This is good for Karen, at least. We've had wins all week long. We've had wins, right? We want to win. We want to win in the column. Nan thinks the jury's getting it. Wait till Brian gets called on the stand.
Brian Higgins?
No. Albert.
I heard they weren't going to call Albert, but who knows? Well, Higgins, but
How can they not? It happened in his house.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Higgins is getting dragged into it right now because you have motive. He was jealous. That's right.
Sure was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It happened at Brian's house, his lawn,
Yeah.
And Mike.
Yeah.
Who logged into the Ring camera and deleted all of the saved videos that John had saved? Because if John had called the Canton Police Department, Brian Albert, who did nothing. This is the reports. He was the lazy guy that sat
Kevin
there.
Albert.
Kevin Albert. He was a lazy detective that didn't want to do his job. He just wanted
jumped out of his seat
to take that call from John.
Yep.
Jumped out of his seat and took the call. Now he was the lead investigator, detective, in whatever John was calling him about.
That's right. There was 50 plus phone calls.
53, I think. Helena said that John called.
Confirmed by Helena. I have it memorialized on the video. I have it that he was complaining about drug dealing activities going on in his neighborhood. That is a confirmed statement said by Helena at a town hall meeting from her mouth to my ears via video.
Yep.
Memorialized.
So if he had clips of this goings and comings and whatnot, right, from his Ring camera, Mike, the Ring camera isn't the Ring camera that we're looking at, Mike. What Ring camera is he looking or referring to? Maybe.
Are you talking about a neighbor or something? Maybe is that what you said?
I'm talking about maybe the camera that was directly on his front door, looking across.
Oh yeah. Right. I think
because we've only seen the driveway camera.
I think they have all the Ring video, right? John gave it to him, but then they disseminated it from there, and then John is no longer with us.
Delete.
Is that what you're thinking?
That investigation, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I will not think that this wouldn't happen in this town anymore. Can't think that way. When you think it couldn't happen, guys, it happens. I live in this fucking dirtbag town.
I'm just in awe, Mike. In awe, because Mike, legitimately, these things can't happen. Like these things can't. There's rules in place. There's policies. There's procedures. There's a lot of things in place that this can't happen. That's the problem, Mike. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see the real estate value of Canton houses in the last 2 years since this happened. Has the real estate value gone up? Has it gone down because of this?
I have no idea. Actually, I can't imagine with anything going on right now that it's helping. Obviously, all you got to do is Google Canton. It's you know what I mean. If you're looking to move somewhere and you Google Canton to see what's going on, you're gonna fall right into it.
Yeah.
Right? If you're living out in New York, well, I don't know.
Kirk, Kirk said Bev's trying to force the defense to call in all the witnesses that Hank's not. He's not letting them. He's
trying to force. Well, you kind of have to. You kind of have to.
This is the girl's defense, man. This is
her life. This is her life. She's fighting for her life. And then if that's true, you have a crooked prosecutor that's trying to handicap everybody all the time, anytime they can.
I mean, that's his job, but the judge is the middle. She's the one that says that's a fair hit. This is a good hit. That's a bad low blow. You can't do that. That's the judge's decision, right?
I fucking don't know anymore, man. I just know what I'm seeing happen unfolding in front of me. I can't predict the future with this case. Like the time, like the way Hank's presenting it. At least last year, we had Lally go in almost chronological order of the
Right.
day.
Yep.
You know, what happened, right? You kind of guess what was going to happen. Another fire, cops. No. Lank. We haven't called any of the Canton PD besides Gallagher.
I know.
Lank hasn't been up there yet, right?
Saraf
hasn't been up. Haven't been up there yet. None of these guys. Wait till they get up there. You want to see dumb? Holy, the 3 fucking stooges are going to be up there going.
And that's $1 million a year you Canton people are paying for them salaries, and just the people that he named, Mike named.
Yep. Right, and we can't use their bathroom because our feelings are hurt on social media.
Gonna get back at you. We don't want you to do a. Do you believe they pulled me into the fucking station to say we don't want you to do a standout? Have you ever thought about how the O'Keefes feel? God damn, yeah. Every second I think about John, I do.
Yeah.
Fuck, I do.
Yeah.
And you don't want to do a 24-hour standout? What is your problem, bitch?
You guys should be helping us. Don't use the bus. You can't
One of
park
your
there.
fellow cops is dead, and you no bathroom for you, Mike.
Can you believe that? Yeah.
No respect for the O'Keefes. What are you doing for the O'Keefes? What have you done, Mrs. Rafferty? What have you done for them? Oh, you've made it all. You've made everything great, lady. You've done a good job.
You just lied to them. You lied to their faces.
Wow.
Look the other way because they wear a badge. You guys respect that badge because you're from that generation. Trust the police. You know what? We've seen too much of the Mark Furmans in the world and all the bullshit. It's possible, guys.
And they're condoning it. And I'm not going along with it. And look at the shit they're putting me through. Look at the shit they're putting you through.
Right. So it goes from like the state police to your local police. It happens. Look at the Justin Root case.
Yeah.
Go back and look at that case, okay, of what a cover-up for the Boston PD happened again. You guys owe me a favor in Boston, right? In Norfolk County, because it happened in Brookline. It's part of it. It was a shooting and a murder. So they come out, they take care of it for them, right? It's gone away. Good shoot, right? Fucking bullshit.
All right, so jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was
only her life.
Big stack that messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
Yes.
It's evidence. Good.
Yes. Hey, Yuri, I hope you ate lunch early today, you fuck.
2 instructions for you folks. First is...
Don't just ignore everything.
As I've told you before...
Look at him.
Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement.
No.
They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right. With that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Which is motive.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one.
Mike, really,
You know what?
guy?
Lucy, I'll take one back.
You could knock somebody out with that pile of papers.
I told you it was big. That's like half a brim, dude.
Of course.
Bro, they're not going green at all, man. Their budget for paper got to be cut. No more ream paper. No more reams. Ream a day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Bukhenik, do you have a document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian
People
Higgins?
tell you to turn your volume down, Tom.
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a 6-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver and appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back
Size
to
doesn't
the
matter, Mike. I don't know what that means.
Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom?
Oh, the binder.
Picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and
Oh,
go
he's
ahead
kind
and
of changed up a little
proceed.
bit, hasn't he?
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Does she just not want to sit through this whole thing? You know what I mean? If this was Hank doing this, she'd let it go.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think this is evidence. I think this needs to
Now,
come
this
in.
isn't,
Third
now, this
party
isn't
culprit.
something.
Here we go.
Yeah, this isn't something that
Can't do it later.
Alan Jackson wrote. This is something that a third party culprit that's been named in front of an open court, in front of Bev, that they have kind of proved motive for. What are you doing, Bev? Why are you what's
Just think of what the jury sees, Mike. The jury's witnessing all this, and that's what's important, right?
Right.
We need this jury to come back with a not guilty. I mean, and we're all biased, so we all obviously have an opinion, right? Like Really. We can't not be mad about this. Frustrated, I think is a better word for it.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I'm not mad. I'm frustrated at like how this part of the proceedings going. Like yesterday, we had him just kind of denying, those weren't the words to his exact liking, where he'd say yes or no. He was just, belating the whole trial, so to speak, at his own free will, and laughing and chuckling in front of the O'Keefes. Like, this is a fucking joke, dude.
Yep.
This is a fucking joke to you. And Alan actually had to say to him, I know you don't like me, and he just kind of laughed like, yeah, you're fucking right. I don't like it. Is this a fucking joke? You have somebody's life on the line here. It's fucking 15 feet away from you, and you're laughing at them. What kind of person does that? What kind of state police person? I would expect like a convict that came out that was a rat, like a cell, it came out and was going to rat on somebody for telling something, some kind of like this. This guy has no moral compass, no integrity, nothing. He's got nothing. Deport his ass like how he's
got a great job, Mike.
We're trying to make this
No, you just don't want to sit
easier
through
for
it.
everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, Council?
We can do that.
Stella, yeah. Good show. I think everybody across Massachusetts and the world
and the
watching
gray.
us. It's a fucking embarrassment, dude.
Everybody's watching this happen in real time.
All right, I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen
Wait till this.
or
wait
read
till
what you
stuff
have in front of you.
in this text.
Do you want me to start at the beginning
back?
or
No. Let's just go. Let's just start where. I'm sorry. Start where you
This is
ended,
fucking
if
funny,
you could,
guys. Huh?
please.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Can we
thanks.
turn the lights down? Can
I'm
you
not
see
laughing.
it,
Murder trial.
Sergeant, with the lights off?
Murder trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
What
Thank you.
happened? No.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give you your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack.
Sure.
Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the Curran show. Wanted to see if
Curran.
you were game.
Yep. The Currans. Remember that name, guys.
You don't have to say. You don't have a say. Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
Jesus.
So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any, LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, aka Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couples night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with W non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I am inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next.
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty? Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated.
Wow, he knows that word. Wow.
Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m.
Jesus.
It doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were a ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Ha ha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while he while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day earlier, re my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private. That's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle. Sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. bang me himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words.
This guy has no fucking game, dude.
I don't think
What
you're a
the
jerk.
fuck?
I don't have simple answers to your
Gonna close this deal fucking
questions.
5-10 pages
It's
ago.
actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink? If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the.
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see her smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will you? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, Well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93. You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Place so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Right at 1 o'clock, so we can keep going.
Wow. That was weird.
That was perfect.
Court, all rise for the jury.
I'd like to see council just a second about scheduling, please.
Yeah, they're not done for the half day, are they?
What's up?
This is not a half day today, is it?
No. All right. You guys ready for this one? Everyone buckle up. You know what? I'm going to show it on the screen real quick.
Hold on. Hold on.
This is good. You got to see this.
I know.
I'm
supposed to see what they're talking about. What a joke he is, man.
Mike.
What?
Stop.
What?
Waterfall Bar and Grill
is up next. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Higgins was the one fighting.
Yeah.
He wanted to fight. Higgins that night.
Yep.
He wanted to fight.
Third party culprit, dude.
Throw down. He wanted to friggin' knock somebody out. Remember? He was ready to go.
Why are they all packing up?
Lunch.
He's got no.
Poor parents. My God, I can't even begin to know the heartache they're going through over this unjustly type of a thing, Mike. Nan, more. Hi, Nan. Wasn't that something? Nan, is it me or do you see motive? I see motive in that. I see John being asked about many times by Higgins. What did he say? What did he want? What exactly did he say? Blah, blah, blah. I see that there was something there that Higgins was looking at for Karen to get him. I don't know.
It's fucked up, man.
This is how the sausage is made, Mike.
I think they hooked up, right, in West Roxbury.
Who cares? Who cares? If they did, right?
More motive.
More. I'm talking more.
See, what are they thinking right now?
Shame on them. Paul's actually looking respectable. A respectable loser. Unbelievable. She
sounds like she ghosted him for a while, like a week.
And you know what? And I hate to say this, but you know what? Sometimes just people don't work. It's not what you thought. It happens. It's not a big deal. They're two adults. But if that was everything to Higgins and it wasn't anything to her, she was done. Man. Boom. I agree. I absolutely agree, Nan. In my world, I've had a little bit of knowledge in this. I see motive. And he didn't follow that lead. He didn't even interview Brian, did he? Proctor did. Wow. So, Nan, I'm so glad that you see this because all the other attorneys out there, if you're watching this is why we stand out in the rain, in the cold, in the hot, in all the time. All the time.
Yeah.
That's why there were hundreds of people last year because this is wrong. And now
we have motive.
But now this message is around the globe, Mike. Around the globe. Everyone, the world is watching right now. They're watching what's happening in this courtroom. They're looking in. If I can see motive and you can see motive and people in the chat, wherever they are, if they can see motive, Nan, who's an attorney, she can kind of see motive. We're not that far off, bud. Why was this not investigated?
No one, he never texted her after the fact that John was dead. That was it.
Didn't ask a word. Nothing. Not a peep.
How,
Are you
why?
okay? Nothing.
Nothing. And he was very responsive to her texts. You know,
saw that. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Wow.
Ooh, fuck, man. He's fucked. There's your third party culprit. All right. Hey, I'm going to grab something.
Yeah. I got this.
You going to play the waterfall?
Yeah, I'm going to look for that.
Microdots has it, dude.
Does he? I don't want to get banged on it, though, because it's friggin'
Richie's cool, dude.
No, it's not him. It's the music he uses is copyrighted music. So
no, it's not.
No,
he owns it. No.
Okay, well, let me check that out.
Right.
I love Microdot stuff.
Yeah, Richie's awesome, dude.
He's great. He's the best.
Richie grew up with John.
You kidding me?
Nope. Yeah.
Serious? You dead serious?
Dead serious, dude.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that makes sense. You just clicked a lot of buttons in my head.
Yeah, Richie and John played basketball together. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. All right, man. I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, thanks, bud.
All right.
That says so much about Richie. I can't. I'm all right, guys. Check this out. The fan's stopping. This is what microdots, and I want everyone to look at this. Okay, this is microdots. This is what they did when they enhanced the waterfall video. Okay, microdots. You cannot say enough about them. Watch what happens. Ryan. Oh, if Nan is still in the chat, I want her to look at something. Nan. Nan, this is for you. We're talking about pointing. This guy's in charge. You here, you outside. He's pointing. You don't do this for no other reason but to point to somebody. And when he's pointing to him and pointing this way, John ends up deceased. And this guy's calling him out in the parking lot. Exactly. Infuriating. We're even talking about this. Infuriating that we have to find the video on our own and look at it and pull it apart. And how much money has the Commonwealth wasted? How much? How much? Amazing. Know what we're going to do? We're going to pile it on. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, Mara Healy. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, listen. So that what we just watched with Higgins at the waterfall, we're going to add to that. Okay. We're going to pile it on a little bit. Just a little bit. Because you know what? I think Higgins deserves it. I've never been so disgusted with him. This is very important. This is from Microdots. If you don't like and subscribe to Microdots, I won't even talk to you because this is the golden standard for for factual information to get out there. Microdots is one of the most talented people I've ever run across. All right, we can wait 5 minutes. How's that? You know what we're going to do? I'm going to stop this one, right? And we'll replay that other one again a couple times. Just because we can. Well, we just played. Do this. Because this is just important. So one of the things I said to Nan the other day, and you guys are probably here, you can tell snipers, when snipers go out, snipers, they want to go and they want to hold on a second, guys. I gotta mute you. Sorry, everybody, but when the phone rings and that number comes up, then everything happens. Everything goes mute, and we're good. So listen, I really want you guys to watch this because this is important. Richie put a lot of time into this video, a lot of time. It's a quick one, and you gotta watch it. I cannot. You're gonna get chills.
Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess.
Brian Higgins sees Karen Reed enter the bar.
I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there.
His attention is quickly turned to John O'Keefe approaching. John greets him with a warm embrace, then does the same with Brian Albert. Brian Albert and John show affection by patting each other's backs. Brian Higgins leans in, asking John where they're coming from. John points, indicating they were across the street at C.F. McCarthy's. John sees Karina Kolokithis, prompting him to walk over and say hello with a hug. He also says hello to Nick Kolokithis, and then John walks further towards the bar to greet Matt McCabe. Brian Albert whispers something into Higgins' ear. Higgins smiles back, amused, then glances at John, indicating he is the subject of their conversation. Higgins comments back to Brian Albert, and Brian Albert responds with another whisper. Higgins smiles again at whatever Brian Albert said, and then Nicole Albert returns from the restroom, approaches husband Brian and embraces him from behind, prompting the three to converse quietly to each other. Nicole and Brian Albert speak closely for a time, as Higgins watches. Higgins stands to step away to a more isolated location and signals Brian Albert to follow. He wants to say something that even Nicole shouldn't hear. This may be where the idea to confront John is born. We jump ahead 3 minutes later, and Higgins, Brian Albert, and wife Nicole are still positioned on one side of the table away from the rest of the group, almost as if they were spectators sitting in the front row watching a play. Brian Higgins takes a photo. His flash goes off in 3, 2, 1. He appears to have pointed the camera through the gap between Brian and Nicole Albert's backs, across the table, and taken a photo in the direction Karen Reed was standing. We know this because we then see her return, walking from that area back to John's side. John puts his arm around her and she speaks to Karina and Nick Kolokithis. We continue to see a series of flashes happening on the far side of the table, indicating photos are being taken by the group. Higgins appears to be posing for one between Brian and Nicole. None entered into evidence. Caitlin Albert sits here. Chris Albert stands here, at the left end of the high top. The clock strikes 11 p.m., and 32 minutes later, Higgins, feeling completely ignored, sends a text message to Karen.
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her, yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What
My question is, she ignored the text, correct?
Well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it.
We jump ahead 15 minutes. Higgins checks his phone, growing frustrated that Karen has not responded to his desperate message. John glances at his phone as well to check the time. It's getting late and almost closing. Karen and Jen McCabe converse, appearing friendly and in good spirits. They laugh together. Karen initiates a group hug, putting her right arm around Matt McCabe and her left arm around Jen McCabe. John, however, seems to take a step back. The Bryans are heavily intoxicated and feeling aggressive. They have identified their adversary in John O'Keefe and are acting out their primal rage with a male display of dominance, otherwise known as peacocking. Jen McCabe picks up on it, but unfortunately for Higgins, Karen has her back turned. He has absolutely no idea how to get the attention from her he so desperately desires. In fact, when he realizes that he's not in her field of view, he seems to end the display. For now.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
Jen and Matt McCabe hold Karen in prolonged embrace. However, what's strange is they never once mentioned to her that there's an after party at Brian's house. For Karen, at least, there's a surprise in store. Meanwhile, John has taken notice of the Bryans. Higgins, humiliated, needs validation from Brian that he's powerful. He has worth. Higgins and Brian continue their private conversation, able to speak more freely since no one is close. If not planning, they were likely exchanging toxic ideas, building animosity towards John, who doesn't seem to be fully in on the joke quite yet. Higgins is feeling insecure and less than. Jen McCabe continues to speak to John and Karen, with Matt standing out of view to the far right. Karen would be forgiven for believing these people are her friends. At first, I considered this may be when Jen McCabe invited John and Karen to 34 Fairview for the after-party, but then I recalled this.
I said, can we make sure we're welcome here? Nobody extended the invite to me. I didn't hear the invite extended to you.
So when, exactly, was John invited? And for what purpose was he to be there? Here comes Chris Albert entering the vicinity of Brian and Higgins. Karen chats with Brian and Chris Albert, but her eyes never find Higgins. Imagine the storm of emotions he must be weathering, standing just inches away from the woman who has consumed his thoughts for weeks. She's right there, so close, yet he is helplessly bound by his own fear, unable to utter a single word. There's nothing more excruciating than being invisible to the one you desire most. Karina has her jacket on. She says goodbye and hugs John for the last time. She then tells her husband Nick that she just needs to say goodbye to Karen before they leave. Higgins is frozen like a deer, hoping not to be noticed, his body oriented towards Brian Albert's back, staring blankly into the side of his head. An inferno of anger, frustration, and embarrassment swirls inside of him, growing exponentially with every passing second. She didn't reply to the text message I sent over an hour ago. She hasn't said hello to me. She hasn't even acknowledged my existence. How could she do this to me? I told her I wanted the real deal. Isn't that what women want?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it? What the hell, Karen? What about me?
Karen and Karina are saying goodnight. The Bryans continue their performance of alpha dominance, less a calculated strategy and more a mirror of their restless and intoxicated psychological states. Brian likes to fight when he's drinking, and Higgins has been outmatched. Humiliated by a taller, better-looking, much more charming man who doesn't even seem completely aware yet of the dynamics in play. A haunting moment occurs when John and Higgins lock eyes in 3, 2, 1. John must sense now that something is off. Is it just that Higgins has had one drink too many? Or is John beginning to piece it together, understanding what this is really about?
And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview.
The bar is closing in 5 minutes. It's last call and John offers to buy them a final drink. They decline. Notice here how kind and reserved John appears, smiling and being respectful, while the Bryans are sloppy and have clearly lost control of their faculties. John watches as Brian and Higgins can't seem to keep their hands off each other. Remember, this was their state as they waited for John to walk into 34 Fairview just moments later. They felt invincible, but in reality were barely able to stand. It's easy to see how John might have overpowered them, perhaps pushing them to take drastic measures, or causing a third person to jump in and help. After all, no one can be allowed to beat up an Albert in his own home. That simply cannot happen, especially by a lower-ranking fellow Boston cop like John. Chris Albert hugs Caitlin since he's not going to the after-party with everyone else, and the rest of the Alberts head towards the door, including Higgins. Chris Albert forcibly grabs Higgins by the arm, telling him to stop with the taunting. Higgins looks at Brian for the okay. Chris and Higgins look to Brian. It's fine. Brian allows Higgins to continue. Chris raises his arms and gestures that it's too out in the open, with people watching. But whatever Brian says goes, and Higgins continues. Now, Higgins makes 3 attempts to get John's attention. The first 2 times, John wasn't looking. The third time, Higgins waves his arms and yells. John gets the message and appears to acknowledge it. I believe Higgins was yelling, "We need to have a talk. Go to Fairview."
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done.
How would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone's just having a good time.
No arguments, anything like that?
No, not at all.
Chris Albert knows exactly what was said between Brian Albert, Higgins, and John. And interestingly enough, he decided to walk home instead of attending the after-party with everyone else. Karen is still chatting with Karina and doesn't notice any of what had just transpired. We jump ahead to 12:10, and it's time for everyone to leave the establishment. From what we can see, John has been standing alone, conversing with no one, since the outbursts from Higgins 12 minutes ago. What was on his mind? What was he thinking about?
That's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, "You're coming with me." And she grabbed her, she put her arm around her and she said in front of me, "Hey, you come with me." we're gonna, and then Karen said, where are we going? And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise.
Was it a surprise or a secret? Jen McCabe, Karina, and Karen Reed exit first. Chris knows Higgins and Brian stormed out. So what is he still doing here? Is he discussing it with John, coaxing him to go there and talk to them? Chris Albert heads to the men's room, using it before the walk home. John stands alone, with just Matt and Nick left chatting in the corner. He decides it's time to go and walks out of the Waterfall bar for the last time. Whatever John thought was up with the Bryans, he kept to himself.
You texted John O'Keefe, you coming here.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
A few minutes after receiving that text, John was severely beaten and would be dead in a matter of hours. There's certainly motive for Higgins to want to harm John. But what about Brian Albert? Why would he harbor negative feelings towards him? John and Brian Albert were both Boston police officers at the time, and Albert allegedly has a history of violence against other officers, perhaps because he was high-ranking and knew he had power over them. There were never consequences, not for Brian. If he had an issue with John, he may have wanted to address it, cop to cop, and put John back in line. But what issue could he have had with John? Asking that question, I remembered something that was said during the trial. John wanted to know if one specific person would be at the waterfall before he agreed to come. And now, I'm asking myself why. I leave you with this.
What, if any, communication do you recall in regard to who was there or who was going to be there?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, who's there? And I said, my brother Brian. I said, Brian. And he said, your brother Brian? I said, yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there. And he said, where's your brother Kevin? And I said, I have no clue.
Was there tension in John's relationship with Kevin that could have upset the Alberts, requiring an intervention from Brian?
Hey guys, sorry about the mute. I was just saying, that's microdots, and if you don't have chills from that guy's creation, then I don't know what to tell you. That stuff is real. Microdots for the win. I can't say enough about that. We're blessed to have microdots, for example. We're blessed to have you guys. We're blessed to have everybody. Rhonda, you should probably go back. They read all the text messages from Karen and Higgins, and they went back and forth, and they made, and it's just actually great. The fact that Yuri read those text messages brings that in. So the jury, think this is brilliant.
if you don't have a feeling that back and forth between that, and you're going to be in the jury, you're going to be thinking about that. Absolutely master strategy by Alan Jackson. I'm not sure if the defense can show that video in that form. I'm hoping we get what was edited, we'll say. I hope the video we watched is like the stuff he threw away, because I know he can put together something that'll make you cry. I don't know who's after Yuri. I mean, I don't even see Yuri being done today. I think he's gonna have a long drunken weekend. This is just masterful strategy by Alan Jackson by having him read those. It's yeah. But back to the Microdot stuff. You got to follow Microdots. At least buy his merch. He's a single solo type of guy. Spends obviously a lot of time on this. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, Rhonda, you would on Rhonda, an easy way to do it on your YouTube. There's a speed button, tells you like you can fast forward to catch up. I'm not sure if you know that. Yeah, I mean, I'm in awe. I'm in awe that he turned those messages over. I believe he had already filtered them himself before he did the extraction. So Higgins went in, deleted a bunch of stuff that he said, and then ran Celebrate on his phone and gave that extraction that he created to whomever. And he made sure that what he deleted wasn't on the extraction report. Then he cut the SIM card up so you could never do it again. So he technically gave them an extraction report. What he didn't tell them, because they didn't go down that road, is did you modify, touch that data before you did the extraction? That makes sense, guys? He went to the FBI office in Boston. They have a kiosk, little computer station that anyone from the ATF can use. And you plug the phone in. First off, you have to get through security. So we went through all the layers of security to get in. They need access to the FBI computers that have access to the phone, that have access to the data in the text messages that are in the phone. And his buddy talked him through what he had to do to go through and remove certain items, certain lines, certain responses, or whatever he chose to delete. He went and deleted them from the text messages that we just read. So after he deleted everything, he then plugged the phone into Celebrate, ran the hash value on it. It's pristine as it is right now, minus what he took off, but it is what it is at the moment. The hash key on it is what it is. So he ran the extraction. So the hash key matches the phone, which matches the extraction. And to him and everyone else in the world, he's complied with what the state police would ask for. But they didn't ask him. He voluntarily gave them this extraction report that he himself created, modified, edited, produced, so that what he's given you, he can say it's a complete accurate representation of the phone. Because it was. It's exactly it is. Yep. So he can lie, technically. So that's kind of what Yuri was saying early when they caught him, or when they were getting him, on the words that he was using himself. He didn't know the meaning of them, but yet he's the district attorney, state police officer, special Norfolk County district attorney, special police officer, because he's part of the CPAC unit. Yeah, he did commit a federal crime. That's exactly why his lawyer was with him in court. He used it for personal use. Shame on Higgins. And I hope somebody at the end of this, I really hope they, or maybe even now, they have a running tally of actually how long courts run. Like, I wish they knew how long. There's Shelby. What's up, Shelby? Like how much time have we actually had in court versus how much time have we had through sidebars, and how much time have we had through extended lunches, and we're working to get through this as quick as we can, people. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're deciding what she can and can't say as a defense. Her defense, right? She's on trial for murder, and they won't let her say exactly what, like, it does. Like, no. We're arguing over what she can and can't come in. So this is if you see this as in a lawyer move, you have a discredited state trooper already, who friggin' guys, he collected evidence and someone else signed that paper. Do you realize that? Proctor wrote a report for the other guy that he never read. Did you write the report? Nope. Your name's on it. Let me read. Oh, guess oh, yeah. And it's not just Proctor, because Proctor's boss was involved, and his boss was involved, because that's how it works. They're a bunch of busybodies. You're telling me now? Tell me now that he was only joking when he was looking for nudes. I dare you to tell me now. Because Yuri is just that type of guy. You can tell. After the questioning from Jackson, he was done. Then you make him read them text messages. So now we all have a bad opinion about Yuri reading the messages. And we also have a more horrible opinion about Higgins, because what Yuri read is motive. So Yuri himself read the motive and didn't follow up on it. Nailed it. That's a freaking classic move by Jackson. Jackson made Yuri sound, I don't want to say incompetent, because that's a really bad word. Alan Jackson made him not look very smart. Man. God love him. All right, so before we get going here again, I need to thank everyone for being here. You guys are absolutely fabulous, absolutely wonderful people. I got to know, how about group sings national anthem each morning? Well, there you go, right? All get together and do that. I think I know they do Pledge of Allegiance, and I know that Dina does the prayer. Dina's very good with that. She's very on top of it. She's the right person for that. She does a morning prayer with everybody, and she does Pledge of Allegiance, I think. And they all do it, but she kind of leads that group. So for what it's worth, Dina, thank you for all you do every morning for the cause out there. And you're doing a great job. People are seeing it. So thank you, Dina. Renee, Love you, fellas. Thank you for all you do to support justice. Love you guys, and the chat are the best. The chat really rocks. You guys are the best. Beach Bum, $5 super sticker. Thank you so very much, Beach Bum. I appreciate it. Yeah, great discussion when they were making copies. Yep. Huh. My. My pleasure, Dave. You know that. No doubt 227 did happen. That's and even little Betty Crocker said so. He sure did. Remember that? The jury knows that. Yes, you guys, we got a good thing going on. We really do. Really do. And this isn't just one thing, guys. Just so you guys know, this is just the start of something. You know, Stacy, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, Stacy. We got more coming. Got a lot more coming. This isn't just. We got, yeah. There's a politician in Boston I want to start covering. A young kid. Call me a young kid. Goodness. Young gentleman, running for Boston Selectman, Ward Council, whatever you call it in Boston. I think he'll do a good job. I think in his heart he makes the right decisions. I think we need to try and give this kid a shot. See what he does. I don't care what happened to him in the past. I don't care what happened last week. But I do know a year from now he'll still be the same person he is today. So that in itself is worth a vote if you are in his district. I've heard of this name. Why do I know that? Mike Urban. I've heard of that. Yeah. I mean, the jury, right? The jury heard that and saw that, and there's no response from Higgins. That's kind of like really crazy. How did he not respond to that? How do you not respond to that text from her, from Karen? I saw Karen in them texts reaching out. It wasn't sexual in nature. It was reaching out. That's most likely why I know it. Mike Urban. Nice. My guy's Brian Foley. Brian Foley. Predator poachers there, them kids. You can't beat them up, unfortunately. You can't. So if, for example, if there was a group of people that were pretending to be like underage kids and they were luring guys and girls or whatever to try and get them to meet, they would meet up with them, and sometimes it may get physical, or they caught a lot of people quick. They caught a police chief who was trying to have relations with like a 14-year-old. Caught him dead to rights on film. So I'm not sure if he caught the wrong person, we'll say. I know there's a lot of people doing that type of stuff now, so good for them. And I mean, if you're the police chief from Stowe got popped. Yeah. If that's your thing and you watch some people, please feel free to donate to them, because they do put themselves out at risk of getting hurt to get these people off the streets. So please support those people. And microdots above everybody. Love
How'd that
microdots.
go? How'd that go?
Pisser.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
people
good
now
video.
see what happened. That's what happened.
Right.
Before John, that was a half hour before he was on the front lawn, supposedly.
Yeah. Allegedly.
Yeah.
And as opposed to the video yesterday where it was all whited out, you know, of the waterfall bar and grill, right? That's the one you showed?
Yep.
Okay.
John was doing the tapping back and forth. Remember he was dancing?
Yep.
Down his feet, dancing back and forth. What are you doing? You're gonna get into a fight. You don't even realize it, but you go back and forth. That's how you,
He was
you just
he was rocking,
it.
yep. Yeah.
Yeah, his name was Jay. Yep.
Jay, what were you guys talking about?
There was these kids, right? These younger kids that would go online and pretend to be younger people, and they'd do stings and they'd meet up with these people.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
And
I've seen that.
they caught the Stowe chief of police trying to meet up with like a 14-year-old or something like that.
Yeah, I read that was it Stowe?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
Stowe
my
chief,
God.
chief of police. Got him dead to rights too. So I was just telling people if they watch those type of shows, you got to support those people. If you can, support them because they put themselves in a tough position sometimes, I mean, if someone's gonna get hurt, they're gonna get hurt, right? So
yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the work they do. I'm talking. No, I'm referring to the younger kids who were actually Jay, the guy who ran it. I think it's him and two other people, and they weren't all 30. I call them kids. The chief was up there. The chief was 50.
There's some fucking sickos out there, man.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
Almost.
But
like
look at that one on the freaking stand, dude.
DePietro looks like a catch a predator kind of dude.
Can you believe that Alan Jackson just made Yuri look like an absolute incompetent person because the person that most likely did it is the one that was right there that didn't even respond to a text. They're saying shit about Karen. Well, when she got home, she didn't feel comfortable. Okay. What about Higgins' non-response? No response, guy. No response to that. None. That shows more consciousness of guilt than anything I've seen so far.
Yeah.
It's just, no. I
just sent you a video.
Yeah. and Megan knows too about the gun store. Man.
Yeah, I heard about that.
No, that was down the Cape.
Saw two colored people in trying to buy a gun.
They were already set to buy it. And she says that's a straw purchase. You're buying it for someone else. And she's like, no, I'm buying it for myself.
Yeah.
She had finished you have to go through a class. She finished the class. They went through 3 or 4 guns trying to find the right one for her. They finally did. They found one that was comfortable. It was perfect for her hand, the grip and everything. So the guy, she was there paying for it. And Higgins walked in and said, shut it down. Everyone get out of the building because you have weapons and I don't trust you. Get everyone out. Think about that. I should be the only one in here with a gun, he said. To the gun store owner.
Can you do me a favor and pull up the Karen Reed Defense Fund?
Sure can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone just sent me a text to look it up. You too.
Karen Reed.
Was it .net? Oh, I forget.
Hold on. Pay it to. I got it here. Stop this. Share screen. Justice. Boom. Oh, we're close.
Recent donation, $7,500.
Oh my God. Jody Mitchell.
The North Shore. Wow. Peabody. Nan Gallagher, $3,500.
Holy shit.
To help Brian Higgins buy some better flirting skills. Keep showing up, Karen. Man, you rock. What's the number at, dude? The top number. Sorry.
347, 947.
Wow. Nan Gallagher dropping
Nan.
4,500.
Jesus, Nan.
That's a, yeah,
Oh,
that's nice, man. You know, I mean,
oh
that's,
no,
that's cool.
Nan gets it. Nan gets it. Good. Yeah. Look at Jody Mitchell. Oh my word.
Funds raised from the North Shore May Day fundraiser in Peabody, May 1st. Thank you.
Remember
And
that they did? Oh my God. That
yeah,
was that
wasn't
party
shit to
up
stand
there.
out yesterday at the wasn't shit to stand out yesterday?
I
No?
don't know. I don't know, but
Are they
that
doing
is
the is that nacho night?
no. That's not Nacho Night. That was
All
that party they had that they tried to cancel. Remember the
Right.
trolls? The trolls were trying
yeah.
to get it canceled, and they said no.
Oh yeah.
That's what that was. Jesus, Jody.
And then Nan drops a bomb with
Man on
Higgins.
top of it.
Nan,
Jesus.
seriously. Nan, he has no skills whatsoever. Does he not know how to read the room? Like basically, yo, come on over. I don't know. Oh, anyways, thanks.
Kevin Flynn. It'll be over soon. All these assholes thought they could put you on the Canton Railroad, but you showed fidelity, strength. Hang in there.
Cool, man. It's either $10 or $25.
It all helps
$10.
everybody.
Yeah.
It all helps.
Yeah, awesome stuff, guys.
Yeah, the anonymous stuff. There's a lot of people can't put their name out there.
So
The more
11 grand, man. Between those two top people.
That's
Jesus. It's awesome.
All right, let me check. Where'd the
You got
band
TV
go?
going on yet? We got
Yeah, I'm
going on.
working on it.
Thanks for all the supporters out there.
Yeah, you guys are the best. Absolutely the best. Wow, Nan, I'm just kind of blown away. It is about the mission, Nan, and that's why we were out there in the cold, in the rain.
Okay, it was the Italian night with the cut and rug. You're right, Tom. The event from the Peabody restaurant. I'm sorry.
Yep. Good night.
Was it
Good
nice?
night.
Yeah.
A lot of work went into that. It's good for you guys. I'm so
That's
happy.
the one the trolls tried to fucking fuck around with. Yeah.
We showed them. Thank you, trolls, for the free publicity. We much appreciate it. We'll be having another one. We'll let you know first, okay?
Man, he's a loser.
Loser.
He's a loser, baby.
She invited him over. I don't know how many freaking times, and every time he's like, "Well, what are you seeing me?" Oh no, I don't know about that. You know?
Yeah, like what's up, dude?
I don't.
What's up? Dude, lock that shit down. What are you doing?
It's 2:00. Another hour and a half of this. Half of that will be sidebars, and then he's gonna have a long weekend. He's not gonna be happy. Won't be a good Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Happy Mother's Day early, Nan. By the way.
We worked so well. Thanks, Dave's channel. Thanks, man.
Kind of proud of all the mothers out there, man. Tough job. Really is.
Yeah.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Wow, 2:01, Tony. Right on time.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity. Obviously, you read them. So now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages
Still smile,
you received
dude.
from Brian Higgins,
Still
correct?
smile.
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge
Yes, get revenge.
on John
Yeah.
for what happened on New Year's Eve.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not, his phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his devices.
Do you have any evidence that his account is somehow suddenly synced with Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text message.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures
Yeah.
that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
Yes.
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her, what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words,
Mhm.
from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yeah.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he? In the text message, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You to ask it differently, Mr. Johnson.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about it.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, but reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not on the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking? Question mark. No. Period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H. Correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation. Correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well.
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
No, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they...
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, but just to answer the question I'm asking. Based on the text that are in front of you, Sergeant Bukhenik, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Bukhenik, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Existing.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No worries. Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and, and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here?" 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
12:20 a.m.
Here we go.
May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, I'm sorry, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m. Correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks. Correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call. Your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between 2:20? I'm sorry,
Wow.
between Brian
Here we
Higgins
go.
and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Your Honor?
Why is he objecting? This is where third party culprit comes in, bro. Try to sneak it in right here. Brennan. Now, what are the O'Keefes thinking? I gotta know what they're thinking right now. One's
They
shaking
gotta,
their
they gotta know.
head. Yeah.
They gotta know, Mike.
A wretched Voss cock. Oh yeah, take your notes, live tweet, take pictures, do what you got to do to catch a predator.
Mike, that guy's not there.
DePietro?
No, the other dude that was there all week. He's not at the end of the line. He's gone.
Is that the end of the bar?
Not there.
Could be at the Subaru service place today.
Very possible. Could be a recall.
On
Safety.
Fridays, I think it's a $5 oil change system going on. I'm not sure.
Like that.
So there's a picture of Bukhenik back when he got back from California, from visiting the German. Like 2 years ago.
Yeah. But they went there. I remember that.
They're sitting at the bar with Tully and stuff.
Yeah.
He's actually wearing the same exact suit today from 2 years ago.
Yuri?
Yeah. Tie combination, shirt, jacket, everything.
Oh, come on, guy.
And he makes that kind of money. That guy
Dude,
makes,
Seriously?
I'm serious.
Really? Serious?
Yeah. I'm dead serious.
Dude,
I'll
I
find out.
I
I'll
buy
send it to you.
ties that I don't even wear. I'm not, why do I need to buy ties? I'm retired. The freak am I buying ties for?
I know, man. I know. He's just out of control.
Jeez, I
He
can't help
definitely,
that out.
I think ICE needs to be called.
We got him. He's got a gun and a badge, but think about that for a minute. He's got a gun and a badge.
Friday at 11:32 p.m. in the bar, text to Karen, Saturday, 11:54 a.m. after all the shit went down.
Yep.
Karen to Brian Higgins, John died. Stop. Nothing else.
Yeah,
Send it to you right now, bro.
yeah.
That tells you a lot right there. You want to talk about being ghosted? Not only ghosted, but framed.
How could, dude? He's an ATF agent. He doesn't even. He's not even inquiring. He doesn't even ask.
Nope. And here they are, just about to
problem.
bang each other, right? I'm sorry, I'm being rude, crude, whatever you want to call it. But
Whatever.
trying to hook up with each other, right?
Yep.
And all of a sudden,
That. Mike, man, no way. ATF agent doesn't just ignore it. Oh
that
my
guy
God.
couldn't close it. First of all, he couldn't close a door. I'm embarrassed to call himself a man.
Yeah, he's got to take his man card. That's going to get fucking burned. Sorry, but check this out. Dude, I've never seen someone fuck up an opportunity to get laid in a more embarrassing fashion than Brian Higgins.
Agreed.
He wins. He's got that one. He nailed it.
Right.
Wow.
God, that
Just
guy couldn't
freaking
close a
wow.
fucking door, man.
And she wasn't too, she was
Just-
pretty blatant about it, pretty straightforward to me.
Just
didn't-
everybody
he
in
didn't
debt.
bother.
I got a safety emergency to call out. According
It
to
doesn't, it doesn't even have to get physical. Just
so you
hang
know,
out with her.
Jameson Jim is not back after lunch on a Friday. Stay off the roads, kids. In Dedham, the clerk and magistrate there, Jameson Jim, is not back in the courtroom yet.
Oh no!
Be careful. He might be out there driving around. Okay, so I wanted to get that out there.
Cannot have that. Cannot have that. All right, so I was looking for a new tie. I'm actually looking for a specific tie, actually, to be honest with you. And I ran across these other ties. So it was a really, really, really good price.
I don't want to look at ties.
And I bought them.
I don't want to look at ties.
I
Come
know
on,
you don't.
man.
I'm a tie guy.
Jesus.
Dude, I got Jerry Garcia ties. I got like
you want some ties, dude?
14 of them. I scored 14 new Jerry ties yesterday, dude.
Dude, you want some? I have hundreds of ties that you can have.
They got to be Jerry Garcia. I'm a little specific.
No, why not? They're not Jerry Garcia.
They're Jerry's, yeah.
No. Which are nice, by the way. I'm not knocking the Jerry Garcia.
Yeah, no. That's just the thing. I love them. I love my ties. Yeah.
Look at Karen.
She's like, wow.
Bury him.
Drop the hammer.
Bury him.
Yep.
Bury him.
Look at her. She's all in.
Look at her. She's nervous on the O'Keefe side. Bury him.
I get an expensive tie, really expensive one. I forget who makes it. Trying to figure out where I sent them.
Sergeant Bukhenik, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Would, in your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no.
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jackson.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Not good.
Nope. You watch your writing into something, bro. You gotta.
You indicated that you did not seek.
Here he goes.
To secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors disregard that question.
Wow.
Here we go. Oh, it's going to be a long weekend for Mr. Bukhenik.
Nuts, dude. This is no. I mean, why would he not? Why would he not even talk to the guy whose house? Mike, if you crashed into somebody's fence, the cops are gonna go up and knock on the door and say, "Hey, just want to let you know the guy hit your fence over there, right? And, you know, this is insurance, and then you get a police report. You got to come downtown, blah 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 blah, right?" That didn't even happen with a Boston cop, Mike. And better yet, what did he call the friggin' Helena for? Why did he call 50 something times. Why did he
We're
call?
about to
No,
about to
but
find out.
nonstop, dude, nonstop, over and over and over and over again.
Oh, is that Jackie Dougal you're talking about? Maybe equestrian. I don't
Jackie
know. I have to
Dougal?
look. Is she sitting next to Mrs. O'Keefe? I'm not sure.
No, the lady with the girl with the curly hair. I don't know who she is.
I am not a.
I'm just kind of
Maybe Bukhenik. Maybe Bukhenik was the wrong person to ask about any kind of injury. Maybe he can't close it. I don't know. Who knows? Now, if you put a player up there like Donkey Lips to Chico,
Donkey Lips. What a freaking name!
I love that name. I love that
Can you
nickname.
imagine you get him on the stand? Yes, Donkey. Is that how you prefer to be addressed? Donkey? Sir Donkey. Sir Donkey Lips?
Is that the ADA? No, that's an ADA that's below in the where the reeds are behind them. Yes, he works for the prosecution.
And
Yep.
Peggy and Paul are already trying to sue Karen. And the outcome of the trial hasn't even been determined yet, and they're already trying to sue her. They're trying to sue the waterfall for whatever reason that is. I can't see causation there. I mean, how does John being at the waterfall? I mean, we all know that was his last drink, but they didn't. This isn't an over-serving issue. This isn't that type of a thing. Does someone need Donkey? Yeah. Yeah, this is the 222. He's saying he didn't know anything about the 222 phone call between Higgins and Brian Albert. And then at 227. So if that phone call lasted, what, 6 minutes?
I think it wasn't. I don't know how long it was. It was a minute. Maybe I forget. We're gonna get into it.
Because then 227, how did Jen know 227? Where was Jen if she knew? How'd she know about that phone call? How does Jen know about the 222 phone call? She had to have been called, or Matt. Matt was called. That's why. Fucking Matt. Dominic the donkey. There you go. Dominic my donkey.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
Here we go.
I am not aware of that. No.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022.
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information.
He was
for
fucking
for
at
any
the house,
reason
dude.
At that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that you just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the 3 devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all 3 devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins
thought you said
in
you
our
didn't have
interview
his
together,
phone.
I said, Brian,
You said
we have those 2 devices.
Meaning
If you,
John's and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
How'd you
And
verify?
following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, right?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet.
Good point, Alan. Good point.
Side door from the garage door.
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
Camera at home, AJ.
You originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, that big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
A big egg just above his right eye?
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And it wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Do you see a small laceration at his right nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And in the Another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location. Zero. You consider that?
At what point?
On January
You're a
29th,
fucking asshole, dude.
say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know. We don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around the fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Kent. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
Yuri. Oh, buddy.
When you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, right? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
May I put you on?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3 of the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind.
This guy is afraid of Turtle Boy.
Yep.
And here he is going toe to toe with Alan Jackson, trying to be a dick to Alan Jackson. But he's afraid of Turtle Boy. It's just insane. Turtle Boy should use this. Yeah.
It's sad. It's very sad, Mike.
It is. It is.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Albert's when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the right. Right? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank. Correct?
Right, off to that area. Right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins's phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot read it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08. So a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
12:08.
Let's go ahead.
Right? No.
Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in,
Massachusetts finest.
Tell you, but from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission. Sure.
He's got cankles. Look at him. He's fat, dude. He's fat.
Big dude.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Big dude.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert, and by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 29 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like rough housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it. Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the
What a fucking dick.
about Brian Albert, Brian.
Really,
Hayes,
right?
What a
Jim
dick, dude.
John O'Keefe.
Massachusetts
Karen Reed,
finest.
Those folks.
Norfolk County DA.
Correct.
Fucking asshole.
Before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 1635 to 1722 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Now they're engaging in what Auntie Deb does on the weekends.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian?
That is what we call a dry hand job.
Based on my,
right, Jimmy?
On my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver, or
just the tip,
abdominal
just the
thrust,
tip.
I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Oof. Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
Grabbing his hips.
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
Yep.
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
I haven't been touched like that since my dad did it to me. Give me that, brother. I love you, man. Yeah, we'll take up this. We'll do this later. All right. We got John watching him. You fucking quiz. You fucking assholes.
Yeah, this is crazy, dude. How do you get around this? How do you
Thank you.
say this is not motive?
During
there?
the course
It's not,
of reviewing this video, or the
Wow.
entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally
Yeah.
speaking,
Staring right the
relative
fuck
to
at him.
Brian Higgins
Right.
and Brian Albert?
Play it again,
Throughout the
Yuri.
entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he
Okay.
was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again on this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds.
Hey, look, a dick, but smaller.
Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet.
This was not played for the last
Do we need to
jury
play
by
it
Brennan.
further?
I mean, for
I
Brennan,
would
this is
need
not
you
played by
to
Brennan.
play it a little bit further, please.
Is it
There's
possible?
John right at the
with
top
court's
right there.
permission to zoom in on the upper portion of the
Right
video?
there in your top right.
You could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't
or
want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Let's
to
play-
identify each individual. If
Let's
you
play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay.
Oh,
And the
yes.
person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not.
Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay. Okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Right there.
Yep. Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here.
Chris is starting it. Let's go. Pointing. He's pointing. Let's go. Right now, outside. Let's go. I'll meet you outside. Wow.
Pause it.
How many times do you do that?
Could you see what was happening with Brian?
Holy
Higgins?
shit, man.
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And
on
this
the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And then please focus on Mr. O'Keefe. Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were heading to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor. This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Just go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
Oh,
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time.
He's a fucking idiot, dude.
yeah.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say
What?
with certainty that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay.
You're a fucking asshole, dude. Jawhead motherfucker.
The first 3 years of your investigation, you had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My
Nice job.
assessment with
Nice
the
job, AJ.
totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Ask you
Oof.
Sure.
Oh,
Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV
Get him, AJ.
struck
Get him.
the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is
I know there's
movement.
movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They have to have collided, correct?
yes.
At a slow speed, yes.
It hurts.
Which area of the SUV
Oh, he's fucking eviscerating him.
Unbelievable.
He's crushing him, dude.
the front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection. I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that They owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog? Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Time to go. Traffic's gonna get bad. Let's leave early. Come on, let's go.
No.
Yep. He's getting beat up too much. Wrong. Absolutely freaking wrong. I'm so taken back by this. How can you ignore all this stuff, Mike? How does it get ignored?
It's a great question, Todd. I mean, it's going to be one for the ages, man. This is a trial for the ages. This is so insane, the way that Bukhenik is answering the questions that are being asked of him. If he's literally saying we follow the evidence where it takes us,
that's a lie.
Pal. Right. He's not, because he just saw this. I would say to him almost, I don't know if this is an open-ended question or not, but so now that you've seen this video with possibly Karen backing her, or with Karen backing her car into John's car, would that change your mind now, as you sit here today, into another angle you should have looked at of people at 34 Fairview? I don't know. Like, because it would be literally impossible to hit John if her taillight's intact when she's leaving. And
right.
If she cracked it, there it is.
Done.
And if she's in the car backing up and she hits that car and she feels it, she goes, oh shit, I might have cracked my taillight. I don't know. I got to go find John. I'm out. I don't know.
I have a whole video on her hitting that Lexus. I have measurements. I took a tape measure to a Lexus and a Traverse.
You should play that afterwards.
Yeah. You guys want to watch that? Let me see if I can find it. Matter of fact, it was so good. I sent it to
the defense.
Yes.
Maybe you want to hold off on that.
Well, no, and I'll tell you why. Because I thought so, but then Mike, nothing I did's nothing that's not factual.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's a real deal. It's a real thing. I just gotta find it. Oh my, it was so long ago too.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him.
Poor Bob Clinton, I know. Press smells like ass. I know some guy in the street. I don't know who he is. He's at the bar right now drinking.
I think there'll be a little bit of that going on this weekend. What do you think?
Oh, with Mother's Day and all, it's mother. We have the Mothers of the Year in Canton, people. Just so you know how the mothers raise their kids in Canton. We kill bunnies. We kill people. We hit and run with people. We do it all here. Let them drink in a bar under the age of 21.
You reach out and you even touch pedestrians in a crosswalk, lit up with a jacket. That's how much you guys, you light up.
Our chief of police does hit and runs. We
Happens
leave dogs in the cars. We lose our gun and badges up here. This is crazy.
It's everything.
You can't make this shit up. I just rattled off 4 things that happened in the last 2 years in Canton.
Yeah, and that's not even. There's more. There's so much
more.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
That's what I know of.
Yeah. The rubber duck deal.
Yeah. Falsely arresting people.
Yep.
Nine. Yes. Jill Daniels hitting Turtle Boy, not getting arrested for taking his phone.
Getting away with it.
Then gets away with it. Then she goes down the Cape, gets hammered with her elderly boyfriend, does it again. Nothing happens.
Yep. Because it's allowed. Because their last
This is
name.
Aiden. This is the first time the jury is seeing Karen Reed cracking her taillight on John O'Keefe's vehicle. Their entire story is falling apart. Commonwealth. Yeah.
Right in front of us.
Yep. It was a great. It was great to see that he asked, "What's Brian Higgins wearing?" Bookmark that in your head. What that sweatshirt was, because I think it's going to be different at 1:30 in the morning.
Really?
I do.
Oh.
I do.
Why would somebody, a decorated dude, why would somebody change his sweatshirt, Mike?
Oh, you get blood all over it, dude.
Oh.
DNA all over
Yeah,
it.
dude, you don't wash it, throw it in the washer, Mike. Yeah, start to throw it in the washer with the other ones.
I've never seen a bunch of corrupt MFers,
And
local, state, ATF,
if
Boston.
you guys aren't pissed and upset and just taken back, then I don't know what to tell you.
Phones being destroyed, people not being talked to, have the assumption that those texts weren't flirtatious. Especially after Karen texts Brian Higgins, John died, and no response back.
None.
That's a huge tell.
Yeah.
Huge tell. And he's
John,
at Canton.
John died, and you don't
nothing.
even ask. You don't ask why. You don't ask how.
You were just with him 12 hours ago, or a little bit less than that. 11:49. He was there 12:30ish, and around the same time when the shit went south. Right? You were just with him 11 hours ago. You didn't ask what's up. I was just with him. What are you talking about? He's dead. Nothing. That's
Nothing.
a normal reaction. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Are you drinking already, Karen? But whatever. But
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Just nothing.
After he texts her inside the bar, and she ghosts him. And then, are you coming here to John, right? Or to the two, or to Karen, whoever it was. And then she texts back at 11:49 the next day, John died. That's it.
That's it.
That's it, dude. That's just not normal.
No. It's a lot not normal. In a lot of different ways.
This is fucked up, man. I gotta say, the defense is putting on a show this time around, as opposed to the 6 witnesses last year. This is so good. How could you not do this to Bukhenik last year? And here they got away with almost all. They don't give it. The defense almost got all 3 not guilty across the board, right? With only 6 witnesses for the defense. Now they're using every bullet in their belt and going to take the whole corrupt system down with them. They did him a favor last year. Honestly, they did him a favor last year by not exposing all of this. But now they are. Because they thought the FBI was going to pull in with the TUI. 3,200 pages of exculpatory evidence handed over to defense, judge, and prosecutor. Yeah, no, we're going to go forward. We're still going to go. We don't care. We're going to have the judge keep everything we can out. Well, that train has left the station, pal. Now you're fucked.
Yep.
This is such shit. What did you do to the O'Keefe's guys? I'm talking about the state of Massachusetts and the whole of all the police. What did you do to the O'Keefe family? You guys did this with your malarkey and bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The horse play. Looking the other way, not seeing what we see, right?
Not see. How about just not even being responsible with what they're seeing? How about this? Listen to this.
Jesus. You
Listen.
changed stations on me.
Must have felt for the safety of our children based on the state of the world today. Again, this is a witness in a case. Additionally, I know it's been circulated that John O'Keefe had conversations with Canton police detectives related to drug activity in that neighborhood. Well, I'm here to confirm that. He absolutely did. He reached out to the detective unit directly. However,
Yep, he did, buddy. The fan's still going.
Yeah. They're working on coming back, though.
Wow.
Thank you. Sergeant, At some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay.
You know what I mean.
So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At
Jesus
some point during
Christ,
the course
dude.
of your investigation, did you find out that the
Yep.
Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Darcy, you're right. Thank God he's not a pet owner.
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay.
Sure, they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my documentation. Did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
Don't stop there. Veterinary records from the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized in the Albert name? Where these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay.
Those.
So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a
What?
separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Brian?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. No, I don't remember.
God.
Oh, he's such an asshole.
Yep.
Like the worst murder detective you could ask was right here.
Can you believe that?
If Colonel Noble's watching this today at some point, bye-bye.
This is the elite.
Get
the
back in the
elite.
squad car.
Why would he go chase down a dog?
So that means that Nicole Albert lied about going to Vermont.
Yep.
Why is she standing? Why is Bev standing? No, she's not standing. She's rocking.
This is just too much, Mike.
He's not an animal owner either. He said,
I
"Yeah,
know,
go figure,
huh?
dude. Really? Yeah, you couldn't tell." Fucking cock.
Listen, if you guys got some extra money, go throw that at Karen's defense fund. Let's show these people that we're not going to put up with this nonsense. You know, how can he sit up there and be a trooper investigating a
I
murder?
apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Is this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some
Wow.
records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing this?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
The worst murder cop ever.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents.
Well, he was in charge of friggin' Proctor, dude. What do you expect? Hey, who's trained by Tully? Who's trained by
Done.
Fanny?
If he's
They're
not
all.
be
You
the veterinary
can't be this
records that
dirty
you
and get away with it, Mike. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
gathered,
He's got to be
related
let
to
go,
this
dude.
Animal.
Seriously. This guy, what a disgrace. He's just as bad as Proctor.
Yep. He signed off on it. This report that it probably wasn't even written by him, for crying out loud. That's why they take so long reading it.
You saw Connor Keefe's face yesterday. Like, what is this?
What? Yeah, I didn't put this down.
Why is my name on this?
Yeah, he'll get a promotion.
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
Nope. Keep looking, buddy. Keep a looking.
I look long and hard enough. Maybe it looks like I'm really trying to find something. And I know
There
it's
you
in
go,
it's
Mike.
not on here.
He can quit the state police and be chief of police in Canton.
Oh, please.
He fits right in.
He needs to go back and valet car somewhere.
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
Yes.
Wow.
What is going on here, dude?
Wow. How do you not? That's the purpose of going there.
Did he file a bogus report just to
It's
fill a
a,
void?
yeah. Yeah.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's taking quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
Bogus.
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that
You got caught, dude.
timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
Busted.
Come on.
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're
As
capable of
information.
doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes. and
Real
it's-
fast.
Some time
3
goes
years
by
later,
before you
dude.
actually document the information on an official report. The information's there. It's gathered. It's maintained by the investigator. It's shared. It's acted on at times. But the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation, it might be that you interview a witness on Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it might be Friday before you can sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Perfectly.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Mike, you got feedback over there?
What do you mean?
I think we can hear something on the phone.
Are you aware that
No. Oh, it's my dogs.
20
They're wrestling.
of the police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done?
100 days.
Was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
Wow.
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
God!
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
Holy shit.
I am not aware of that, no.
You became
Fire him.
aware early on in your
Fire him right away.
of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Wow.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022, which is just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation, you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
They were just there. I mean, you don't want to interview people that were there at the same time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically? Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
Yes.
What a piece of shit.
Also,
Did you
my
just hear
name's
that?
spelled in there. Is that from the extraction or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that.
Wow.
I think it's funny, Mr. Bukhenik. He's worried about his name being
If
misspelled.
your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place. And we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that, anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to
Wow.
when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
He wrote that report. on
Yes, this report, authored by me, was
nice.
States that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
Wow. Wow.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness? The gravity of
Year
which
and a
is
freaking
described in the report.
He's got to get fired, dude.
We again, perfect ideal world scenario. It would be quicker.
So that would be no excuses. I'm not going to bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. You see the highlighted portion?
Oh, AJ is so good, dude.
Yeah.
He's so
see.
good.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you the car was parked, correct?
The objection sustained.
What?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Oh, AJ.
Wow.
I don't know if that was a Columbo moment right there on purpose. Like,
Yep.
oh, by the way, you actually wrote this report and dragging him along the whole side. Look at Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Paulie. How you? Oh, you tired? It's only your brother's fucking murder trial. Oh, these guys don't look happy.
Freaking Matt Wallace looking guy next to him.
These are
Looks
friends
like
from
freaking
Duxbury.
Mr. Rogers, that guy.
That's
Mr. Rogers.
friends from these two guys right here. I went to high school with them. The guy in the black hair, Pee Wee Herman. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Wow. Surgical, ain't it? That's
Yep. This was magical day for us. Oh.
Yeah, everyone with the Nightbot. I'm just playing around with it, so don't worry about it. It's not. It's all right. I'm just trying to figure out how to, like, get someone to put like the Venmo thing in there and just the taglines and stuff like that. I was just playing with it, so don't be afraid. No one's gonna get blocked. Nightbot's not gonna block you out. I promise.
Yeah, this was so good to watch today.
Isn't
I
it?
learned so much. Like I learned how he walked him up to a certain step and then went somewhere else for a little while, then came back to that because it was relative to what he was talking about, and just really good, articulate. Wouldn't take his answers at face value, meaning Bukhenek's answers of, the lackadaisical, the I don't know, you got to show me. He stayed patient, didn't lose his patience. Like he didn't go, you don't mean to tell me, and got confrontation with him. He might, sooner or later. But Yuri is actually looking defeated to me and just grasping at straws.
Looking. That boy's just bang. He can't get any lower than he is.
And anybody at the Framing headquarters that's watching this right now, and they're watching it right now, should look at him and say, we need to help this guy out and either rehome him, get him off the force or whatever. He's NFG.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antonio, he indicated that upon their arrival at the home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he said, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I guess Chloe's in the K9 Witness Protection Program.
Yeah. What's that?
Attorney Gallagher. That's good.
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from
Has he even gotten to the Sally point yet? Where he just everything.
We're back here Monday. We're back here Monday morning, dude.
Yo, definitely.
We had a full day of cross exam on Yuri today.
Mm-hmm.
7 hours and 7 hours of cross. Well, 6 hours if you take out the lunch and bullshit. 5.5 hours of cross.
Gretchen, get your nose out of it, Gretchen.
Yeah, stop taking cheating notes. Okay, can you just email me that article afterwards,
Take
please?
that one. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Oh my God.
Petro's back there going, Turtle Boy bad. Turtle Boy's bad.
I'm really taken back by the level of not investigating that these guys went to the level that they did.
I'm taking it that
that was a fucking school field trip day when they went out to fucking go find that dog. That's all that was. California field trip. That's all it was. They're not doing what?
It's spanked. Look at all these guys. This guy on the right, he's been on TV and radio. He knows. He fucking knows now that Yuri lied. All these, he knows it all. Look at him, he's shaking his head like, you fucking motherfuckers. Even Pee Wee Herman's pissed off.
They picked the wrong side. They were so convinced Karen did it.
And here's the problem. They're so egotistical. They don't want to admit it. They're not going to want to come back to this. You know?
No. But the world is watching you guys right there. All these people, everyone watching right now, everyone was seeing in that screen. Everyone except the bald guy in the back, Tim. Everyone on that screen, we can just erase. Just hit that delete button. We don't need these people. None of them are good people.
Christina Rex looks like a goddamn ghost. What is she looking? What is going on? Get some sun. Jesus. Fuck it. They just look defeated, don't they?
Yeah, they're
all
beat
of
up.
them. Look at them.
Paul's got his head looking down. What am I looking at?
Mr. O'Keefe Sr. probably left. I bet you the children were going to be called today, and they decided there's not going to be enough time, so let's get them out of here. I went home. That's what I'm thinking. Aaron's gone. Yeah.
Don't need to listen to
They just look completely
done,
defeated. And how many wins does Hank have? He's been getting Hank
again, right? I think this is a big W for Karen today.
Oh, huge!
As a whole,
huge win.
Remember, we're talking. You want to win, you don't want a loss. So they'll push. They'll make it a push. But this is definitely a win. Hank got an L on the board today.
You know what's not going to happen today, too? We're not going to see a Karen Reed video at the end of the day because he can't interject in this.
Nope.
And we're going to see Yuri back here on Monday morning, right?
Yep. But he's going to have a good weekend, huh? Would you want to be Yuri this weekend? Oh, by the way, the report that you don't know nothing about, you wrote it. How do you make up for that?
Columbo moment, dude.
Wow, guy. How do you make up for that?
He was going along with it like, oh, good, they didn't find it.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
21 months later. 1.5 years.
more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling, to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for many things. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start with 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day. We'll leave every day next week. We'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and have a great weekend. See you Monday at 10. So I can leave that.
Goodbye.
Wow.
Is that it for the day? You think they're gonna put some more stuff up? Or
That's it. 4 o'clock. They're done.
what a win today, dudes.
Yeah.
This is a rout in my book. This is a rout. They
And
routed
it-
them.
Mike, it's been going this way from Jesus day one.
What a
Right?
rout. What a rout. What a rout.
I'm shocked that Yuri doesn't know how to do the grid locations.
All right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I should be here. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on
Thank you,
Monday.
Laura.
Thank you.
Taking the red eye in on Monday morning.
Mother's Day, right? Sunday.
Yeah,
So
Gail, unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. I
hey,
can't.
I'm gonna give
even
Auntie
bear it.
Bev some slack. She's been very different in the second hearing.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie. She's not holding Lally's hand. She's letting Hank be a big boy, and he's objecting quietly. And everybody's behaving on that side. It's the flow is much better. With Lally last year, you had sidebar, and we only called 6 defensive witnesses, and we still ended up with those results. This time around, I think they made a mistake by trying to retry her. Huge mistake, because they're exposing so much more deficiencies in the investigation process that they probably didn't want to get out.
Right.
Wait till we get to the part where Michael Proctor and Kevin Albert lose their gun and badge down the Cape Drink. I mean, wait till we have so much more to go.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. We do.
About not just about the freedom of Karen Reed, but the incompetence of these investigators. How incompetent they were the whole time, not talking to witnesses that were there at the house. We didn't feel it necessary. 18 months later, we're finding Lucky, we're finding DiDono, we're finding Heather Matt. You know what I mean? Like
All that
kind
stuff.
of shit. Yeah.
And all of them can prove Karen didn't do it. Isn't that messed
Right.
up?
Right. Because they didn't fit their narrative.
Everything that can prove it, they got an issue with.
Fucking crazy, dude. All right, man.
Yes.
What a week, dude. We worked our asses off this week.
It was a tough week too. Yeah. Next
You
week,
know-
same bud. Same thing next week, bud.
No, I shouldn't say work. I just should say being on air because it's not work. Because I enjoy what I do, and we're doing it for the right reasons.
Yeah. No, it's not like we don't do anything. I mean, this is something. I'm mentally beat after this every day.
You get out up fried too. Yeah.
Oh.
Man, I tell you, though, was watching AJ in action though. Nothing better.
Nope. So happy. So we're again. Are we not blessed? We got front row to this, Mike. Front freaking row. Front row. I'm happy.
Wow. I'm just so happy, man. All right.
Yep.
I'm out. I'll
All right,
talk
buddy.
to you this weekend.
Monday.
Chat, you guys rock, dude, man. Thanks for keeping us entertained and keeping us on points. And Tom, thank you, man.
Yeah, you
I'll talk
enjoy
to
the
guys
weekend.
later.
Get some rest.
All right, man. Happy
I'll talk
Mother's
to you.
Day. All right.
Yes, definitely. All right, everybody. So that was that. I can't thank you all for being here. I really can't. To every mother that's out there, please have a happy
Always
Mother's
a privilege
Day.
to have him on. So guys, I'm sure he'll be probably going live later on tonight. But anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'll do a late night live tonight, like a late. Maybe I'll do
before I
a
go,
late night live tomorrow.
let me check my email. Let's see if they did a FOIA request. Um, 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 Yep, nothing in my inbox. So either way, with that said, you know, um, you guys are great. I checked my email. I didn't get a response to mine either. So it's been 10 days. We'll wait till Monday and then start banging on phones. So with that said, I love you all deeply very much. You all please have a great weekend. And even if you're not a mom and you know someone that's a single mom, you know, maybe give them something, a little card, a little note, something to let them know that being a mother's hard and everything you do every day is a win to be a parent. And it's one of the hardest things in the world, right? It's to raise kids. There's no manual to that. It's all kind of fly by the seat of your pants. And you guys turn out some pretty amazing children. There's some smart kids out there. So with that said, all you people should be proud. And yeah, come hang out with Danny tonight. Give Danny some love. He's working his butt off too. He's doing a fabulous, amazing job, guys. Just go hang out with him. It's really good fun chat over there too. So I can definitely recommend Danny's channel. But yeah, back to Mother's Day. If you see someone that you know is a mom, just give them a little note, a little knowledge that you understand how hard it is to be a parent and you appreciate them, and be surprised at how much that would probably help someone. So thank you all, by the way. Thank you all for the donations, the Venmo and the Cash Apps. You guys are just fabulous. It's CPU Tom at Gmail. If you want to send me an email, Venmo's the same, CPU Tom. Cash App's the same, CPU Tom. What else? What else? Like, subscribe, all that great stuff. Thumbs up, comments. You guys are absolutely killing the chat. I mean, it's great. And you guys make it bearable all day. So I love you all. Have a wonderful day and have a great weekend. And again, you know, moms need some help too. So whatever you can do to help them out in Karen's Defense Fund. If you're angry with what happened today, the best way to get back is to donate to Karen Reed. And that will show the state that they're really banging on the wrong door, you know? All right, everybody, we'll catch you all on Monday. If something happens in the meantime between now and then, we'll definitely be in touch. So, and Nan, thank you, Nan. You have a good weekend and happy Mother's Day specifically to you. You're wonderful, and thank you for being here with us and sharing your knowledge. We love you, Nan. Thank God we have her. All right, everybody. Mary, thank you for the help. The mods. Oh my God, my mods. Please thank all my mods. They do so much work in the background. They're just, again, dynamite people. And they're all moms, I think. So happy Mother's Day, mods. So with that said, just want to let you know all have a great weekend, and we will see you guys on Monday.